Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall Podcast. Man, I'm stoked for this episode. I got a good friend, David Romero, who's here. We've been talking about doing this for a while. So it's an honor to share this space with you, to have this conversation that we're about to have. I know you and I have talked a lot over the last few months leading up to this. And I'm just really excited to have you share with the world everything that you've got going on, kind of your life story, what you've been through, and everything that's brought you to this moment. So thanks for being here, dude. Thanks for traveling, and thanks for being willing and open to have this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we get started, I just want to give a quick intro. But even before I give the intro, I just wanted to say thanks to John Sabis. David and I got hooked up with a guy named John Sabis that I met during a pretty big tragedy in my life, and we ran into each other on an airplane. And he kind of helped me through that day and that moment, and ultimately ended up linking us up. So shout out to John wherever you are. So without any other further ado, let's get into this. So David Romero, you are, the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, this conversation is gonna deep dive into some pretty cool topics to include psychedelics, holistic wellness, and military to mindfulness transition. So David Romero, you were a Air Force captain and a program manager for 6 years, graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, managed a $1 billion rocket program that we'll dive into. So you're no BS, you're a rocket scientist. At least in my mind, you are. You've had some corporate success in both medical sales and as a doing surgical liaison roles. You transitioned into yoga, mindfulness, and eventually became a psychedelic assisted counselor. You started a business called the Yogi Doctor, which you ultimately ended up transitioning into a company called Luminosity, where you do life coaching and couples coaching, and as well as work with veterans. You've completed like 16,000 courses, I think is what we figured out last night, both teaching, you've hosted at least 15 retreats in all aspects of wellness, and you're married, you have 3 beautiful stepkids, and you're just crushing life. You're also sit on the board of directors for a nonprofit called We Go Home. Is that correct?
The Coming Home Project.
The Coming Home Project. The Coming Home Project. Sorry, I messed that up. So you sit on the board of directors for a nonprofit called the Coming Home Project, and I know we're going to dive deep into that too.
Yeah.
And I know I didn't even fully touch all your qualifications, but anything I missed?
No, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Before we dive into this, I just want to kind of explain to everybody why this conversation matters. We're going to go, psychedelic therapies have become quite the hot topic, both for in the military community, but also just in the general wellness community, especially, in regards to, mental health, first responders and veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder. It's also, helping people get off SSRIs, which I know we're gonna talk about. And there's been a massive shift, I think, in society as a whole, and a cultural shift towards plant medicine. Ayahuasca, Psilocybin, Ibogaine. Those are all become quite hot topics. I know Joe Rogan's covered them quite a bit. Sean Ryan's talked to them a bit. So, I'm hoping by the end of this episode, our listeners will have an understanding of how someone can go from managing a $1 billion rocket program for the Air Force to guiding thousands of people through transformative psychedelic journeys. So yeah, this is going to be cool. So before we, deep dive into everything we got, why don't you just tell us a little bit about kind of, your upbringing, who you are, and we'll kind of, follow that path as to how it led you to here today.
Well, first off, thank you, Asher, for having me here. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Thank you for letting me stay here, for feeding me. I feel so much gratitude, and very thankful for John Sabes for making that introduction. I don't believe that anything in my life anymore happens by accident, and I am so excited to share with you and for the opportunity. And in answer to your question, Just a little bit about me for the viewing audience out there. I grew up in a military family, and my biological father was a Navy diver. My stepfather was a data analyst in the Navy. My mother was a drug and alcohol psychologist. She was a commander in the Navy. My brother was a Navy SEAL, and then I was the Air Force guy. And, a lot of my childhood, I believe, shaped my career choices, but eventually coming into the psychedelic assisted therapy and integration coach segment of this work, I know that psychedelics and the use of them properly has helped me unpack my childhood, understand it, and because of that, it's helped me see the bigger picture of how mental health follows us throughout our lives. And I know that there's a lot that I could go into detail with it, and I'm sure we'll get into that during the podcast as stuff comes up that's correlated to it. But I grew up running cross country and track and field since I was 5.5 years old. Been involved in sports. My stepfather, who raised me since the age of 2, like really pushed sports and education, and he was a grinder. But at the same time, too, I am very grateful for the tools he gave me because I realized not a lot of people may have gotten that. My mother, God bless her, she was in the psychology field, and she actually, after she retired from the Navy, she became a special education teacher, and her heart was just beautiful, beautiful woman. Sadly and tragically, she had cancer twice, and she transitioned when I was 18 years old, my first year at the Air Force Academy. But I am so deeply grateful for her and all of the many lessons that taught me. I don't believe that she's ever left me. Yes, she's not here physically, but I feel her presence all the time in this work that I do. And, that was a big pivoting point for me. And as we get into our conversation more, I will talk a little bit more about that. But that's sort of the overview of my younger childhood.
Awesome. Did you brothers, sisters?
Yeah, so my brother, I have two wonderful stepsisters, Julie and Jennifer. I have two half siblings as well, too, Joni and Anthony, and they're from my biological father's side. And it's been really awesome because of lately I've been able to connect to Joni a little bit more too. And my brother Larry is just, he's like my best friend, an incredible soul. As always, it brings me tears to talk about him because I've witnessed his arc as a human, going from a combat operator to now him and his wife are the number one, number two real estate agents in Las Vegas for Sotheby's and just crushing it. Um, Part and parcel for why I do this work in the psychedelic space is because I deeply understand the utility for these plant medicines for healing and what they can do to the psyche from a beneficial standpoint, as well as what they can do psychosomatically, meaning how we hold that stress physiologically in our bodies. And having done a lot of deep dive around it, I hope to be able to shed a little bit of light on this podcast about how that all works. So that way, the ultimate goal is to make this more accessible and to make it more available for people, but also take the stigma away from it because there is still this stigma about psychedelics. And it's very scary because it can lead to, if we're not working with them properly, there can be potential outcomes that aren't good too. But when worked with properly, there is some magnificent breakthroughs that can take place.
Yeah, awesome. How did you end up in the Air Force Academy, especially with an entire family that was Navy?
You know, that's a great question. And the answer is complex. um, uh, Man, I don't even, I have to like really take this one word by word. when you're raised in a military family, that's all you know. And your conditioning is military. And with the military, there comes a culture that's very familiar. And I had applied to a number of schools, and knock on wood, I had very good grades in high school. I think I graduated with a 3.94 or something like that. And then I was CIA, California, D2 all state runner. So I had the credentials to get into a bunch of different schools. I applied to West Point. I was recruited by them. I was recruited by the Naval Academy to run, and then I was recruited by the Air Force Academy. And um, I'd gotten into a bunch of UC schools and as well, but looking at my long-term career, what I wanted to do with my life, I wanted to be an Olympian. I wanted to run and be on an Olympic stage. And the Air Force Academy was at altitude. I loved my coach, Mark Stanforth, another amazing human being, and his wife, Pat, awesome. Uh, the Olympic Training Center was up there too, so it gave me an opportunity to, run for an amazing institution um, and receive top-notch education.
Yeah.
So that kind of solidified, and also there's a piece of it too. I didn't want to burden my parents with a lot of college college bills, things like that. So the academy is basically, it's like, I think it's around $300,000 education, but you pay it back through 5 years of service.
I got a chance a couple years back. It's been a while, actually. My wife and I and my kids got to tour the Air Force Academy. It's a beautiful campus
Isn't
in
it?
Colorado Springs. Yeah.
Yeah.
We went out to go see a good friend of mine, Noah, and they kind of walked around with us, and we got to see the chapel, and it's a beautiful campus. Can you talk just a little bit about what it's like to get in an academy, especially a military academy? I think a lot of people don't understand, like, it's pretty hard to get in. You have to get a congressional letter of recommendation. You have to have good grades. Can you just explain a little bit of that process?
Yeah, if my memory doesn't date me too much, you have to do a DODMER physical, Department of Defense Medical Exam and Review Board physical. You have to get a congressional nomination, so you have to go through a whole interviewing process. And when you're 17, 18 years old, sitting with like these 50-year-olds in a room, and they're grinding you down on questions, it's a little bit overwhelming. But you have what's called a officer liaison who serves as the academy from a distance, and I had a very amazing one. Major Carr was his name, and he like held my hand through the process and really just showed up for me and was a beautiful advocate and voice for me. And you have a presidential nomination. If your parents were in the service too, that does lend a little bit of creed to it, because you already come from, I don't want, pedigree is the wrong word. I think that has a negative connotation, but you already have some level of like
Exposure to discipline.
to it. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So, it was a fun, interesting process.
What was it like going to a military academy? I think a lot of other people too don't really understand. You go to a military academy like the Naval Academy, West Point, the Air Force Academy. I mean, you're not getting to party and do all the shenanigans that normal freshman college kids do, and it's very regimented and disciplined, to my understanding.
Yeah, it's there's a saying we say, a bad place to be, a good place to come from. It's a joke, of course, but I'm honored to be an academy grad. It was a very difficult institution. There's many times I wanted to quit and stop. You don't get your normal freedoms that you typically would at a regular college, university. Your first summer there, you have, your basic intake, basic training, and all of that, and it's led by cadets. So, you're basically, 18 years old getting yelled at by a 19-year-old or 20-year-old, and you're just like, who are you?
Yeah.
But you're also scared. You're away from home for the first time for a lot of us. And then your first year, you are an assertive follower, and they teach you assertive followership. And it's all about building military leaders. A lot of physical training, And because I was a Division I athlete, I had to balance cross country, indoor track, and outdoor track. There were a couple times I was on academic probation because trying to balance military plus academics plus physical was challenging, to say the least. And also, having my mother pass away while at the academy, that was an added challenge because now a piece of my support system was gone. Um, I was very, very great. I still am very grateful for my old teammates, my cross country team, track team, having that kind of camaraderie of people that you show up with. And even though you're doing the grind at the academy, you have a little bit of an escape. So, we're doing 10, sometimes 15-mile runs and just away from the stress of the academy, which was really beautiful. The instructors were top notch, sharp. I have some incredible uh, teachers that I still stay in contact with, Dr. Noyd being one of them, Dr. Hepper, Dr. Green. I mean, these are just amazing, amazing people that are still in my life. So I'm very grateful to be 40, turning 45 this month, and still have these professionals, yet just positive influences in my life.
So how did, attending the U.S. Air Force Academy and, graduating with a degree in biology, how did all that shape your worldview?
It shaped it a lot. And, your senior year at the academy, you're really looking about what are my career choices, because that's when you get your MOS, basically. And I remember distinctively my senior year, 9/11, 2001, sitting in a biology class watching the towers come down. And that shaped in itself my worldviews, that there is something serious that's going to be coming from this.
Yeah. What were your thoughts in those moments? And, what was it like being at a military academy surrounded by people, you guys know you're all going in the military.
Mm-hmm. Uh, a lot of anxiety. The teachers didn't really even know what to do. They were just as much in shock as we were. And the TVs were on. We were sitting there, and then we got a briefing by the general on the base. And I think everybody was truly scared. There was a bunch of different potential targets that were there. Of course, there was a Pentagon. There was the World Trade Center. There was another flight that went down. And then in that area, you have Peterson Air Force Base, Fort Carson, you have Mount Cheyenne for NORAD, then you have the Academy, and these were all high valuable targets. And everything like security went up, and you're like, oh crap, the base was no longer open to visitors. Check-ins were very different. I mean, everything became very serious. So, and that was sort of the beginning of the whole global war on terror. And then so that's that piece. And the other piece is biology. I have always had a love for biology since I was a kid. Growing up, I remember looking at anatomy books, and there was a part of me that wanted to be an aerospace physiologist and go down that route and work with pilots. But I just had a deep fascination with biology. There's something beautiful about the human design, about nature's design. Being a runner, you're always out in nature anyways. So to understand how things are working at a macroscopic level as well as a microscopic level intrigued me. And a lot of it guided my decisions there on forward of what I really wanted to do with my life, because I didn't really know if I wanted to be a career officer or not. I knew I had 5 years or 6 years to kind of make that decision, but I wasn't quite sure.
How did you guys get your assignments as far as, what your job was going to be in the Air Force?
Well, that was based off of a couple different things. One, your GPA. I did not have the highest of GPAs. I mean, I graduated, but I think I graduated with like 2.68, something like that, which if you at a normal university would be in the realm of like a 3.7 or so. But that's also because you don't have all the other additional duties and things like that, plus, athletics. Um, but my grade point average was not that high. So I was a little bit more in the middle of the pack, so to speak. But I was an accomplished runner, and the academy, my coach, held me back because they have what's called a Golden 15 program. And so they keep 15 butter bars or 15 lieutenants to stay back and do coaching. And it gives us an opportunity to train for the what's called WCAP. It's a world class athlete program. And I was aiming to hopefully be on that and run more professionally for the military. I was assigned as an aircraft maintenance officer in McConnell Air Force Base, and to manage teams that are building aircraft and repairing them. But after my first assignment, I got a knee injury. It was a reoccurring IT band injury from overuse, because when you're training for big races and things like that, you're running like 110, 120 miles a week, and having run since the age of 5.5, I think it finally took a toll on my body, so I couldn't run competitively anymore. But I ended up getting reassigned my MOS to a 6.3A, so I got into acquisitions program management and was told that I was going to go to Vandenberg Air Force Base. Now, I didn't know where Vandenberg Air Force Base. This was how wet behind the ears I was. So I was like, yes, I'm going to Germany. And it's like, nope, you're going to Lompoc, California, which is like 50 miles north of Santa Barbara. And I was like, even better. This is great. And that was an amazing assignment. That was my second assignment. And that was a wonderful assignment. Got to surf every day and live near UCSB, college town, and yeah, man, I had a great career.
It's awesome. And then how did you end up doing managing rocket programs?
Yeah, so when I got reassigned to Vandenberg Air Force Base, they put me into what's called Detachment 9 or Det 9, and Vandenberg Air Force Base, now I think it's called the Space Force, but Vandenberg Air Force Base, they have a bunch of launch complexes, and they're launching what are called EELV, Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicles. Delta, what are they called? Atlas 5, Delta 4s. They were launching Titans. Titans weren't, I don't believe, part of the EELV program, but basically you launch something up into space, and then it comes back to Earth, and you refurbish it, and then you do it again. You see it all the time with SpaceX. I mean, that is like the quintessential now example of what EELV is, where you can keep reusing it over and over and over again, launch vehicle. But we were building space launch complexes. I had done a really good job during a base inspection, and we got outstanding on the base. And I ended up getting promoted to integration, so satellite launch integration. So basically, you have your satellite, you have that which supports the satellite and the rocket, in integrating the two. So that includes like pyrotechnics. So when you have a separation, got to start working on that. And then doing launches between Vandenberg Air Force Base and Cocoa Beach, Florida, over at Patrick Canaveral, where they're launching more geosynchronous satellites. Vandenberg Air Force Base, they launch what are called polar satellites. They have highly elliptical orbits, and they're used for a lot of different types of things, space reconnaissance being one of them, but that's just part and parcel to the space world. It was a very fascinating career field, and I am grateful for the friendships that I met there, and I still have long-lasting friendships. So
I'm going to throw kind of a curveball because I
Okay.
didn't tell you I was going to ask you this, but working in like that capacity, like in a space program, what's your thoughts on extraterrestrials?
Um, I think that there is so much out there that is beyond our spectrum, and still being seen. Is it the typical extraterrestrial that is portrayed in movies? I'm not sure, but do I believe in higher intelligence? Absolutely, like 100%. Do I believe in, you know, space vehicles and things like that from extraterrestrials? I think this is a very, very large universe, and to think that we're the only ones with intelligence here is very short-sighted of us.
Did you
Uh,
see anything during your time over there that helped shape that idea?
no, I actually read a lot of books growing up around. I think Whitney Strieber was one of them. But Communion was like my first exposure to it, and then of course, George Lucas and what's his name, Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third
Yeah.
Kind, and my mom was always talking about stuff like that. So I never had like a, these things couldn't possibly exist. I think that there are things potentially out there that are beyond our visual spectrum, auditory spectrum, because listen, we live within a spectrum. And to think that something doesn't exist outside of that, I think is.
Yeah, you made a comment to me last night when we were talking about space, and you just kind of mentioned like, anything that we could think of 20 years from now is most likely already here, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of technology. When I was very blessed to work with a agency called the National Reconnaissance Office, and out of Chantilly, Washington, D.C., and they're a very special program, and there's stuff that had because of FOIA has been released. The technology at that time was like unbelievable, but you know I can only imagine what it is now. I still have, while I don't have clearances, I am bound to contracts, and I am not allowed to talk about certain things. So I will continue to, you know.
Hey, fair enough. What I know we talked a little bit about Tailhook last night, and I know that's been FOIA'd and it's out in the public. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, so during the Vietnam War, we had to launch. There's these things called ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and there was rockets that were launched that had, and I believe it was Kodak was part of the integrated technology. But basically, during Vietnam, we needed to get imagery. And if we couldn't fly a plane over at a high speed or at a high altitude, then we would fly these ICBMs over. They would separate, they would take pictures, and then you would have a modified, I believe it was a C-130 with a tail hook attached to it. So these pods would come out, and then there would be a parachute on it, and then the hook would come and pick the pod up before it landed on the ground.
That's pretty cool, man. I wasn't like the cover for that whole program is that they were supposed to be sending monkeys into space and
Yeah, yeah. They were supposed to be supposedly sending monkeys into space and things like that, but that was back in the '60s.
what are was there any like pivotal moments during your time in the Air Force that, kind of helped shaped you later in life,
Yeah,
I guess maybe?
yeah. There was a couple, but one in particular. I worked in a skiff so after my time at Vandenberg Air Force Base, I moved down to Los Angeles Air Force Base, and I was working on some really cool programs there. And in one of the buildings, they have these things called skiffs. They're secured facilities, information facilities, and you needed specific clearances in order to be in them. And one time, his name was Colonel Jordan. He called everybody together into the room, all the commanders and contractors and everybody were there. And, he said, if you're not thinking about morning, noon, and night launching vehicles into space and rocket launch, I think you should choose a different career. And he wasn't talking to me or anybody in particular. He was just making the statement that we need everybody here to be in on this and 100%. Otherwise, if your heart isn't in this, then we need to find you a different position. And it was the first time that I had sort of reflected on, what? I think it's probably my time to consider. But I wanted to do a deployment. So, an opportunity came up to do a deployment. I wanted to go to Honduras and do some drug interdiction with the FARC because I just had a deep fascination with that. But my buddy ended up getting that, and there was an opening at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And I was like, all right, well, that's a place to go. So I ended up going to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and being the air officer commander for the base. And that was a really, really fun. I mean, that was, to be honest, that was a cakewalk of deployments. We were working with the Joint Task Force, the JTF, um, what is it, SOCOM, I believe it was Southern Command down there out of Miami and that region. And, we're bringing high profile terrorists onto the base, and, you got all sorts of, I just call them spooks coming in and out, planes landing, leaving. I was in charge of knowing who was on the base, what they were doing, any kind of movement whenever Amnesty International came through, or any sort of the tribunals, if you remember those. Um, had to make sure everybody was accounted for, and that was a really, really great time. I met some wonderful people who I'm still in contact with. In fact, one I'll mention here. He is a psychologist. He's retiring this year, but his name is I think he's a captain now, captain of the Navy, Captain John Price. Maybe he's lieutenant colonel, but just an amazing soft psychologist, or maybe he's a psychiatrist. I forget, but yeah, just really great deployment. But as soon as I got back, I put in my orders to start processing out.
Awesome. Do you think that, I mean, your leadership roles and kind of your training and experience in the Air Force, I mean, you worked in acquisition, you held leadership roles. Do you think that later translated into viable skills in the outside world as far as managing your own companies and your own, I guess, personal resilience, that type of thing?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because a lot of it is working with people. At the end of the day, regardless of what the product is, you're working with people. And to me, people are always the most important thing. I love the work I do now, and the transition from the military was all about connection and working with people. And the only thing I sometimes regret a little bit is I didn't get an MBA, because like understanding how business growth and development is, I would have liked to have a little bit more nuanced understanding of that. But there's still time for that.
Absolutely.
And now I
So,
can just hire people if I need to.
exactly. What, so after you got out of the Air Force, what was next?
Um, After I got out of the Air Force, I just needed a break, so I took a how when you build up a bank of leave and you just have time off. I ended up going to Europe and backpacking, and just spent time out there, kind of getting to know myself. And I'm an artsy person too, so I brought my camera and just shot a lot of photos of England and France, and um, let's see, was it Monte Carlo and Spain, and just had a blast. And then when I got back, it was time to grind and figure out what I wanted to really do. And medicine has always spoken to me. And I think being a novice and new to all of it, it was like, yeah, I want to go into like professions where I can make a lot of money, because the goal was money, but also wanting to help people. Nothing wrong with that. But at first it was pharmaceuticals and interviewing with pharmaceutical companies. And I found a junior military officer company called the Orion Group, and they're awesome. They're still around today. Any junior military officers, I highly recommend utilizing them. But they put me in front of so many great companies, Medtronic, and at the time there was a company called Kyphon, and I ended up interviewing with a company called ANS Medical, Advanced Neuromodulation Systems. And personally, I wanted to go into the OR. I wanted to see like the blood. I wanted to like be a part of, all of that excitement that takes place, because that to me was part of the healing process. And it was a really, really exciting. You had to think on your feet very quickly. I'm still great friends with the president of sales, Paul Hanshin. He lives up the road over here. Um, yeah, it really brought me insight into the healthcare field. And there's a saying: healthcare is a business, medicine is a science, and healing is an art. And I got to really understand insurance and how insurance runs. I got to understand how deductibles work. I got to understand billing and CPT codes and ICD-9 codes. And I got to understand like all of it, more than sometimes I wanted to understand. And it obviously played a role in me pivoting, later on into the work I do now, but I am forever grateful for that step, because that step was necessary for me to see the bigger picture of how healthcare is.
Yeah, and this is kind of a sidebar note, and we could probably talk about this on a separate podcast, but what's your thoughts on Western medicine? You and I have had some pretty poignant conversations.
Hmm.
It seems like the industry isn't necessarily built to help you. It's almost built to keep you stuck in the system sometimes. Not that there's not good doctors out there. I truly believe there is, but man, the systems, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, I first off, I'll have to say, like, I believe that there are some really fantastic doctors out there that honor the Hippocratic Oath, that are really doing it because they want to help people. Um, there is, for the viewing audience out there, there is what is called your allopathic medical model, and then there's your holistic medical model. And if you really want to dive back into the annals of that, I think it was the 1912 Flexner Report, when there was a huge shift into academia of what constitutes medical care in medical schools. And then after that, if you dive a little bit further, you start to get into the Rockefellers and how they funded a lot of the schools and put money towards schools. And um, you know, I think on the more allopathic Western medical side, we're doing a lot of symptom treating. I mean, I looked up the other day, there's something like 55,000 diseases that have been found in the United States alone, disease states. Um, I believe that it's now 7 out of 10 people are on some kind of medicine, some time of pharmaceutical medicine. Uh, we don't instill necessarily lifestyle changes. We talk about diet, but like we really need to be talking about lifestyle changing and lifestyle enhancements. There is a lot of like subsidies around poor foods. A lot of people live in food deserts now. We're not getting enough nutrition. You know, the average doctor gets less than 21 hours of nutrition education, and food is what heals us. If we're taught how to pick the right foods and how to add that to our bodies, well, our bodies are going to utilize that, metabolize it, and build cells off of that. But if we're consistently putting poor foods into our bodies, well, that's problematic. And then just to treat it with a drug to make the symptoms go away, well, that's not, yeah, that's, we're doing the medicine side of it. We're treating through medicine, but we're not actually healing. And that's a whole other layer. And then there's another piece of it that, working in the orthopedic spine pain management field and neurosurgery field, which where I was at, there were doctors that had some good bedside mannerisms, and there was doctors who were just complete a-holes. I mean, just how can you not expect the patient to feel that? There's what I like to call STD, spiritually transmitted diseases. It's the other STD. But how can you not feel that from a patient if your doctor is impatient with you, if they are rushing you, if they are stacking one after another, after another, after another? I mean, I used to sit in clinics waiting to program patients after we did our implants. And sometimes we'd be waiting there for like 2 hours. And I understand part of that is the medical system itself, insurance systems, waiting to get into a doctor's office. I know that doctors are trying to do the best that they can too. I mean, it's a whole institution and system problem that needs an overhaul. And I think another thing that's very sad in the Western model is that we have these things called deductibles, and you can't get these bigger surgeries until your deductibles are met. So now we have everybody waiting till November and December when they can finally get that surgery they needed. Even though they needed it back in January, they've had to be medicated on opiates for months on end. And if you've ever worked with opiates, I mean, these things cause a lot of gastrointestinal issues. They cause a lot of nervous system issues. Once again, we're treating the symptoms. We're not getting down to the root causes. And then finally, you have this surgery that you get to have. But then you're in line with like 5, 6 other people. I mean, I knew orthopedic surgeons that were doing like 5 to 6 single level double laminectomy fusions in a single day. That to me is borderline malpractice. if you're running around town trying to do this stuff, also, what about your nursing staff? And then the turnover of the room and the stress that that's putting on everybody else. It's it's a compounded issue that has a domino effect on an individual's healing. I would hate to be, I mean, I knew doctors that were doing like 25 upwards to 30 epidural injections in a single day. I would hate to be that 30th patient because you're tired and you're just going from room to room to room as a doctor. And then the staff is like agitated and frustrated. And, it's a lot of energy to be dealing with. But I also understand that she can make a lot of money in it as well too, and I was privy to all of that and understanding that as well. So, and I'm happy to go further into that with you if you'd
Yeah,
like.
I mean, I know we talked last night, you have these doctors making a lot of money, but they're under this high stress. And of course, what's their outlet to deal with the stress, right?
Mm-hmm.
9 times out of 10, it's probably drugs or alcohol, one or
Mm-hmm.
the other, or both. I mean, did you see any of that? I mean, I don't need specific details, but I know it's something that we discussed.
I can talk specifically about myself. As I was in the medical device game, we were, you know, top 10 in the country, President's Club, several times. But the pressure that comes from that of building a territory and companies every single year, they're expecting you to do better. So then you have a raising of your quota. So if you think about this, your quota is based on how much you sell and put into somebody. So you have to find ways now to put a device into someone
Mm.
and convince the doctor that this needs to be implanted in a patient. And now it's like, well, what is a patient really? Like your livelihood now depends on the patient. Is that healthcare? Is that really healthcare, or is that a oh crap moment? I can't pay my bills. I need to go. What can we do? Oh, let's look at the CPT codes. Oh, there's chronic pain. Okay, these we should start targeting these types of people in order to get this implant inside of them. And then Medicare, has a 50%, as long as you're getting at least 50% relief, then you can put these in. What most people don't realize is that for a back surgery, back when I was selling medical devices, there's an 80% success rate for 2 years. Then after 2 years, it starts to dive downwards. If you got a second back surgery, the success rate dropped down to 20%. And so we would have all of these people who had multiple back surgeries. This is they're either going to be implanted with a morphine pump through Medtronic, or there was at the time 3 different competing companies. Advanced Bionics, Boston Scientific was it? I believe they got bought. So Boston Scientific, Medtronic, and then St. Jude Medical, because our company, ANS, Advanced Neuromodulation Systems, got bought by them. So you have 3 different companies and reps all in the same territory competing to put a very similar device inside of a patient who is chronically ill. Now, I was very blessed. I had an opportunity to go to work out of Cedars-Sinai and at the Mark Goodson building. And there was one of my, I think of him as a mentor. His name is Dr. Howard Rosner. He invited me to 7 a.m. Every Wednesday meetings in the morning where they would have pain psychologists. I don't think most people realize this, but about 90% of chronic pain, chronic meaning anything that lasts longer than 6 weeks, 90% of chronic pain is psychological, not just the physiological thing going on. So what we need to also be doing part and parcel is not just treating them with drugs or a surgery, but let's dive down into the psychosomatics of what is really the driver of this. Why are you carrying stress in your shoulders? Why is it compartmentalized in the neck? Why is it finding its way down into your lower back? There's a great book by John Sarnos called The Divided Mind, and he has another one called Healing Back Pain. But it's all about how we, you can get a surgery, but we call it neuroplasticity. We can treat that one area, but it'll come back someplace else. Sort of like people that get liposuction. Just because you get liposuction in one area doesn't mean you're fixing the problem. All you're doing is just removing the fat, but it's going to build up in different areas of your body. And so the same thing happens with chronic pain as well, too. So you can try to skirt around it as much as you want, but you're never, unless you are actually getting to the root cause, that pain is not going to go away. It's going to transmute itself and it's going to find its way to a different area of the body.
Yeah, that's the system's definitely broke. I mean, it's been talked about heavily, especially in I think the last couple of years, as people are waking up on the backside of COVID, just to the medical system in general, man. And it's we have a broken system. I'm not sure. I wouldn't even know where to start fixing it. But I think it starts with being aware of some of the things you're just talking about, right? Like holistic medicine and what you can do to make yourself healthier, what you can eat to be healthier. And I'm sure we're going to go into some other stuff as well, further along in the interview. But
Mm-hmm.
I tell people all the time, if you go to a Western doctor, you're going to get a Western solution, which
Mm-hmm.
9 times out of 10 is going to be medicine and or surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, an orthopedic surgeon doesn't make his money off office visits; he makes his money off
Right.
doing surgeries. And it's not a knock on them. It's like it's just the way the system is. And so, yeah, I hope that gets fixed in the coming years. So, kind of as we talked last night, I know as you were, you became aware of kind of what was going on in the medical system as far as pain management. I mean, I think you scaled a territory from like 700,000 to $2.3 million in less than a couple years. And I think that pressure to continue to produce, and then I think you
Mm-hmm.
started seeing like the system, like some of the things that the doctors are doing, staying up all late, till wee hours of the night partying, and then coming in the next morning to do surgery and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. And then you started, I think you and I were discussing last night how you kind of really started seeing, again, like you just mentioned, now we're creating, or doctors are creating this need for something that maybe the patient doesn't really need because it's driven by profit.
Mm-hmm.
Did that start to jade your ideas of like medicine a little bit?
Yeah. It was there was several factors. One is that I started developing definitely an addiction to alcohol. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. And this is where I mentioned earlier, would come back to my family, but um, piece of this is that I had developed an addiction to alcohol, and I realized that everybody's understanding of addiction is different. I worked in that addiction space for a long time, and we'll talk about that too. But I was drinking pretty regularly, and when I was drinking, it was like pretty hard. I was dabbling a little bit in drugs as well too, and you would have these like raging parties and wine and dine people, and then the next day you'd go into surgery, and while it didn't for me it didn't happen a lot. I do and that's because I have guardrails to a degree at the time, but for some people that was like a regular thing. um, there are a lot of people that are married to their work, and more married to the work than their own marriages. And when that starts to happen, the marriage devolves, stress starts to come up, and then now you're just using alcohol as an escapism. You're using your work as an escapism. And, you know, there's some other things too. I mean, I remember a doctor like always wanting to like be on like a speaking panel, and there's a thing called Advamed, which is basically due to the pharmaceutical companies and the overpaying and like under the table paying for things. Advamed came out, so now you have these rules and regulations about what you can and can't do with doctors, which I think is a great thing because it leads to less influence in more scientific discovery versus just, hey, here's a golf, or here's, plane ticket or whatever it is. Because then when you start to do that, it's not healing anymore. You've gotten away from healthcare. You've gotten into like a good old boy type program, and that doesn't lead to healing people in the long run. When you prioritize your relationship with your pharma rep over the relationship that you have, or your medical device rep over the relationship with your patient, that's problematic, and that there's a level of hypocrisy somewhere in there that I think needs to be looked at. And I feel that, you mentioned, how does this medical system change? Major audits. I'm all about like doing that. Starts at the institutionalized level of what they're teaching. I read something the other day. It was about, because everything has gone to online. I think it was like 34%. I'll have to check these numbers again, so please don't quote me on this, of course. But I think it was like 34% of students weren't even going to class; they were taking online, taking it online. And I'm like, what? How can you not show up for class? Like, not be in front of your professor? And how is that possible? You know, I'm curious if they're going to do the same thing that they're doing with the bar program now. Now they're getting rid of. Have you heard that they're
Mm-mm.
getting rid of? I think in Washington State, maybe Oregon State, they're looking at getting rid of the bar altogether for lawyers. So like, I'm wondering if they're going to do something similar for physicians as well too. I don't know, and I don't want to raise suspect on that, but I'm there's something that definitely needs to change in the culture because like there's two countries in the world that do advertising for pharmaceuticals, New Zealand and the United States. And we have the largest amount of chronic issues and chronic inflammation and chronic states of disease for this, holy medical knowledge and scientific field. Why is our country doing the worst with it? And New Zealand isn't that better off either. I mean, right? Yeah. I mean,
I think Gary Brecka was on Sean Ryan's podcast recently. If you guys haven't heard that podcast, it's definitely one worth listening to. But I think Gary Brecka told Sean Ryan that the third leading cause of death in the United States is healthcare.
mm-hmm.
That's crazy, man. I
Yeah.
mean, the number 3 leading cause of death, the very thing that's supposed to save you.
Yeah.
Like that, if that doesn't scare people to wake up to, become advocates of their own health, mental health, physical health, be cautious of what you eat, what you let your kids eat. I mean, sometimes you can't fix stupid. And I don't think everybody's stupid, but it's just like some people just don't want to, change or, when I see overweight kids, I get really sad because it's not the kid's fault. The kid doesn't buy the groceries. The kid doesn't do the cooking. That kid eats what mom and dad buys for them. Now, if they're underprivileged and they're subsidized, I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but you see these overweight kids coming from affluent families, and it's like, man, it's just a lack of ignorance, or it's a lack of care. And so, yeah, it does become an issue.
And then we want to just treat it simply with like a pill, like this pill will take it all away. I mean, I was watching a Super Bowl commercial the other day. It was for him and hers, and after watching like a Domino's commercial and a Little Caesars commercial and all these other commercials, I was like, oh, now you're gonna throw this one out there. Here, let's just treat this problem with another pill. Like, why don't we have the deeper, harder conversations and understand like what is your attachment to the food in the first place and where does that come from? Okay, let's look at your conditioning and how you were conditioned to understand food and your relationship with your body. Like, let's start to go a little bit deeper.
What's your thoughts on the GLP-1 drugs that are being given to people to lose weight, like
Ozempic,
yeah,
stuff like that? I personally feel like we're going to see a huge issue with it in the future. You cannot short circuit or you cannot shortcut Mother Nature. And just by taking a pill doesn't constitute as being healthy, in my opinion. Again, my opinion. I think that there are people like type 2 diabetes. Maybe for a short period of time you're on these things, but the problem is chronic use of them. I can see where you would take a medicine, and this is where, like, I see where Western medicine could be beneficial, where those that have been introduced to the Western medicine model as medical prescribers need to be more up to date on their patients and following up on them because they have a responsibility. If you're giving a patient a drug, it should not be a forever drug. But the problem is, and we saw this with the opiate crisis, we saw this with Purdue Pharmaceutical, with Oxycontin. I don't know if you ever watched Dope Sick or any of that stuff, but that all came out when I was doing medical device sales. And, now I think they're bankrupt or they had a huge falling out. But, I mean, when you are prescribing something like an opiate to treat pain, how addictive that is, like, that's problematic. That's hugely problematic. And now, because your body gets used to taking it, it develops further opiate receptors, and there is no going. It's very hard to go backwards with that. So now it's just one after another that you're taking, and it causes further complications inside of the body. But going back to what you said about Ozempic, I think that for maybe a short-term use, it might be good. But I think doctors really should be talking about, and Hollywood has a huge influence on this too, by the way, because the stress that it takes for actors and actresses to be the right role and looking for on camera is I have to ask, what is that teaching? What does that teach the rest of the general public? Like, if you're going to be on camera, you are an example, and people are going to be looking up to you, both on camera and also in your life off camera. So I do have some obviously feelings around it. I would rather see someone shift to a whole food, no processed food, eliminating processed sugars type lifestyle. But again, I understand that when we're conditioned to eat a certain way, when that's how we were raised, when that's all that we know, and then when we're caught in the 9 to 5 grind and there's just no energy to want to do any more research outside of that, we just start to fall what I call asleep. We just get into this sleep pattern
Yeah.
day to day.
And you know, just so people who are listening to this, I'm not anti-medicine. I mean, there's awesome doctors. I have good friends that are doctors that, you know, that do really want to help people and do want to heal people. There are times when surgery is necessary, traumatic accidents, et cetera, et cetera. I just think, you know, I think my point is that, you know, there's things that are just, I think there's doctors that are, I think they start off, you know, in the right place morally and ethically. And then, you know, greed's a powerful tool, man. And then, you know, you topple on that, they owe $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 for med school. And, you know, then you got to keep the lights on at the practice. And then there's this system. I don't know what the fix is. I just, you know, I think it's important for people just to be aware of what they're doing and be their own advocates. So kind of, you know, putting us back on track, you kind of saw that whole thing and the pain management, and that I think you ended up leaving and going to kind of a virtual medical management, or I think it was called Virtuoso Medical Management.
Yeah. As I was preparing to leave, there's a level of disenchantment. There was a piece where I didn't really feel fully supported and had like a team. And a lot of it too is just the budget of a company. Like they're only able to budget a certain amount based on your size of a territory. And I get it. I understand it. My old business partner who I had ran the territory with, he left a year before me. And I was left to run it just by myself without a whole lot of support. And it was very challenging. That, and additionally, there was some FDA recalls on the batteries that we were implanting. So for the viewer's sake to know, I implanted, or I helped doctors. The doctors did it. I was there and showing up, but they're called implantable pulse generators or spinal cord stimulators. And they're used to, as a last resort, basically, before you get a morphine pump, to be able to manage chronic pain. You send a electronic signal basically through electrodes across what are called dermatomes, or parts of the part of the spinal cord in the epidural space, and it creates what is known as paresthesia. And paresthesia, you still have mobility and motor function, but you don't have the pain that comes along with it. The problem with that, though, and I mentioned it earlier, is that pain has neuroplasticity associated with it. And what ends up happening is if they're not doing any lifestyle shifts or changes, the pain comes back. But the good news is that with the implant, you can start to titrate them down from their opiates, because one of the issues that was also happening is that family practitioners at one point were prescribing opiates. But the problem is it got out of hand. And so now you needed pain management doctors to manage the pain, because the family practitioners were prescribing these opiates that got, you know, out of control. Now you need another backup to be able to deal with that.
Yeah. So what were you doing when you transitioned into your when you were doing medical management?
So with Virtuoso Medical Management, we're still great friends to this day. His name's Dr. Alexander Hersel. He was a mentor, and I look up to him as a brother. He really supported me in my transition, and he hired me onto his company, and we started building surgery centers together. And we brought on doctors, and you know, they're called ambulatory surgery centers. So you have your hospitals, and there's stuff that needs to be done, especially if it's anything over 24 hours or like a major surgery you need to do at a hospital. But then you have these things called ambulatory surgery centers, which are less than 24-hour stays. I think it's like 23 hours and 59 minutes or something like that. But regardless,
There's probably a code for that in the
yeah.
medical billing.
Yeah, there is actually. There's ambulatory surgery center billing codes. And I got to learn even more about the behind the scenes business of ASCs. Got to meet a lot of really amazing doctors. I mean, in LA, Dr. Brooke Gifford, she's an amazing podiatrist. Some shoulder surgeons. Dr. Timothy Davis, he's an amazing physiatrist. Dr. Akash Bajaj, he's another amazing pain management doctor. So many, I feel, again, honored to have worked with like these brilliant minds that are literally changing how medicine is done. And that I'm deeply appreciative of. But I did get to learn a lot about the insurance models and how insurance runs. And that was like it's just, the surgery center wasn't disheartening. It was understanding how insurance is run that was disheartening.
Do you think that's the broken link in the medical chain?
It's a big piece of it. Absolutely a big piece of it. And I forget when it all went down, when insurance was privatized. It was during the 1970s. It was part of who was the guy? Bernays, the gentleman that wrote Propaganda a long time ago. He's like a nephew of Sigmund Freud, but his name Edward Bernays. He played a huge piece in that during the Nixon administration and privatized insurance. And then now you have like these just overly inflated pricing and insurance. I mean, dude, it just becomes another tax. Like, enterprising your health is like a crazy concept. It happens nowhere else in nature.
Well, not only that, too, the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies have kind of like ponied up. And I think listening to, it was a Joe Rogan podcast. I think Brigham Bueller from Ways to Wells was on there. He used to work for Pfizer, was talking about how, the insurance companies get these pharmaceutical, I don't know what the term is, but they're like a pharmaceutical manager. They get to decide, what medicine, doctors can prescribe or what medicine they'll cover. And so there might be something, that's awesome and a medicine that you need for a specific reason, but it's so expensive that the insurance company won't cover it. And it just seems like an evil system that's run by, strictly money. Like it's almost like there's no money in the cure, man. They're not interested in healing people. It's like you get one injury and they give you a medicine, but then you have to give another medicine to deal with the side effects of the first medicine. And it's like, to your point, like, you end up on a lifelong medicine. They end up getting you hooked. And I think, we're going to transition pretty soon into talking about mental health. And that's been a massive issue with the VA, instead of actually fixing veterans and helping them with, whatever their issues are, they just medicate the daylights out of them and turn them into zombies, put them on SSRIs. And one of the main side effects from SSRIs are suicidal ideations. And then we can't figure out why we have a suicide problem. I've been kind of saying it for a while and I've talked about it on a few of these podcasts now, but it's ludicrous to me. So, it's interesting to hear you point those things out as somebody that worked behind the scenes in the industry and kind of saw it. And again, not everybody's crooked, not like, not all doctors are bad. There are, you just have to, unfortunately, you have to do some research. You have to, look into it. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know, maybe even longer than that, I went and saw a doctor at the VA. He was a cardiologist and, he recommended me, for a surgery, an exploratory surgery. And I just happened to go look this guy's medical license up and he had been banned in 3 different states and ended up at the VA. And I was like, dude, you're not touching me with a 10-foot pole, man. Right. No, thanks.
Yeah.
So it's just, you kind of have to do your due diligence, I think, and get to know your doctor and because there are great doctors out there. I mean, we've run into a couple. Dr. Jenna Sexton owns a practice in Marble Falls, Texas called Roots Integrative Medicine. And, she's not covered by insurance, man, but she deep dives into people's, the first time you see her, it's a couple hours. She goes back through your medical issues starting, at birth or as long as you can imagine to try to figure out, what the root of some of your medical issues is, and then treat those. And not all of them's with medicine. Some of it's with diet change, lifestyle change, and then there's some other components in there. But yeah, thanks for kind of giving us a heads up. I think this is a great point to take a break.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for kind of giving us that insight kind of on your background, especially working in the medical field, in the industry, kind of on insurance, pain management and all that stuff. And I know that's going to play a big role into kind of where we're taking this conversation. At what point did you feel a deeper calling to explore mindfulness and spiritual practices? Was there a breaking point or epiphany?
Yeah. So, it was actually in 2010. I went to my first yoga class. I had a friend, Julie Trombetta, who she was just a dear friend of mine. She was also in the medical device space, and she saw the stress that selling was putting on me. And she took me to my first yoga class, and I was like one of those guys who was like, no way, I'm not doing yoga. Yoga's for, pardon any chauvinistic thing I say right here. Please know that was my mindset back then, not now. But I was like, yoga's for women, like complete misunderstanding of the entire practice. And she brought me to my first yoga class, and I was sweating. I was they had us hold, the teacher Garth Hewitt made us hold a plank for like a minute, and it was just me, the only guy in the room, with like 25 other women, and I couldn't do it. I was like, what the F is this? And I felt so good afterwards, like cleansed. And I went to another class, and the second one I went to, a female teacher was teaching, Jennifer Pasteloff, and she had a yoga retreat. And so part and parcel of it was like, well, I'm single, and I also maybe want to like learn some yoga too. So this would be a great opportunity. It's a twofer. So I ended up going on signing up for a yoga retreat for like a month and a half later, and I am still close friends to the people that I went on that retreat with, and ever since then it was like a breadcrumb of, you love this, it makes you feel good, why don't you lean into it? But the issue was that yoga teachers don't make a lot of money, because I was still money focused at the time. And so I just did it as like a thing on the side in the background. But a big pivotal moment was I decided I wanted to get a teacher training under my belt. Like I wanted to dive deeper into yoga, and it was in 2024. I had been dating a woman in Vegas, and we'd be going back and forth, and then the relationship devolved and fell apart. I thought there was something wrong with me. Like it led to this whole kind of questioning of myself. There was also...
When was this? You said 2024.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Oh, yeah.
2014, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
It was in 2014 that took place, and I had a woman I had dated for a year and a half. I'd moved her into my place, and I was so excited to maybe start something, and it kind of broke me, and it made me question myself. And I had fallen into depression, and also at that time, I loved the doctor I was working with, but there was an issue with a lady that I was also working with at the time, and for whatever reason, she had it out for me. Turns out she was not a good person at all. And I don't need to go into the details of that, but basically, I got asked either I wanted to separate or cut my pay, and I was like, no way. So they gave me a severance package, knock on wood, very grateful for that. And I sold my house, and I sold my motorcycles, and basically started this whole process of self-discovery.
Yeah. I always laugh when people say yoga, because, man, there was a time in my life, too, where I thought yoga was for hippies and not super masculine men. But I was on a deployment in Afghanistan, I think 2010 and 2011, and Tony Horton had that P90X, man, and that was kind of the thing. And
yeah.
and one of the workouts was a yoga workout. And I remember the first time I did that yoga workout, dude, I think it was like 50 minutes, and I only did I only made it like 25 minutes through.
Yeah.
I was tired, smoked. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's when I realized, like, maybe there is something to this yoga. And then you start, looking into it and how good it is for like overall, I mean, just your physical health, stretching and the positions and a workout, but also mentally. And so,
Yeah.
for all you knuckle draggers out there that think yoga's for sissies, I challenge you to not only do yoga, but go do I got into hot yoga, where you're doing yoga with heat and like, yeah, you want to question your life choices, man.
Yeah.
Go do that. So for all you guys that think you're too tough for yoga, go give it a whirl and watch a bunch of soccer moms make you look like you're worthless.
Yeah, it per just the West, we tend to fitness, and it's just our culture. We turn something that has a beautiful history and mindfulness to it, and we turn it into this consumer-based practice. And I was fortunate. I went through several really great training programs. I did 500 hours of training through Yoga Works, which was sort of the first, like, it was the sort of quintessential place to learn and teach yoga from. It was some of the best teachers in the United States that was teaching yoga, that had created a beautiful format from all of these different lineages. And I was also teaching in another place. I did I've done about 1,000 hours, I think, of yoga teacher trainings. And I was also like a spin instructor too. So it was fun. I mean, I had a lot of really great teachers and experiences in the teacher training part. But then you learn all of these things from people, but then you have to make it your own. And you first start off by just mimicking what everybody else does. And, you see that you learn eventually that your path is always different from somebody else's. If you can see the path in front of you, it might not be yours. If the path isn't quite cut down yet or unclear, then you're probably on the right path. So, there was definitely some, for me, I'll speak. At the beginning, there was a lot of peacocking with yoga. There was a lot of like, look at me. And if people were to scroll back at my Instagram, they'd see half naked pictures of me, just like flexing and
standing on your head.
Yeah, I showed you last night. But it's like, is that really yoga? And if I was to look at that now, the reason why I keep it on my Instagram is like, that's my lesson for other people to learn by. Like, it's yoga-ish, but it's not really what yoga is. If you were to ask someone in the East what yoga is, they'll tell you it's breathing and meditating and sitting still. And less is more, really, when it comes to yoga. Yoga is a mind-body connection. It's not a spirit. It's not a religion, although it is part of what's called the Shat Darshana, which is the 6 philosophies of Hinduism. But by itself, yoga is just a philosophy, but it's a philosophy of how to connect to these bodies that we were gifted, and understanding how your thoughts play a major role into the dis-ease states contained within inside of the body, how to manipulate and maneuver the body in a way to gain access to it, especially if there's been stress or tension or overriding dis-ease that's been compartmentalized inside of it.
Yeah, and I think we figured out last night you've done just short of like, you've taught almost 16 or 17,000 yoga classes.
Yeah.
I think you've either co-led or led 15 plus retreats.
Mm-hmm.
And then you started something called the Yogi Doctor. Now, I know you ended up teaching at USC, and you were lecturing there. Did you start the Yogi Doctor before that, or was it congruous? You were doing it all at the same time?
Yeah, so in 2014, I started the Yogi DR, DR meaning my initials, but it was a play on words. So, I started that in 2014, and that was my first business. And, teaching at local yoga studios, and then teaching at local gyms, and then slowly starting to build up a private practice where I'd go to people's homes or they'd come to me and we'd do one-on-one yoga together. And then there was a teacher who came up to me and said, I think you would be really great at USC. There's an opening coming up. And they got me an interview, and I got put on faculty at USC and was teaching stress management and yoga courses, yoga philosophy, and that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
What did you, I mean, what do you think you've learned from teaching undergraduates and graduates about stress, particularly in a high achieving environment like USC?
Well, first I had to let go of some things because I was comparing the students at USC to my personal experience at the academy. And I was like, man, you guys have such a cakewalk here compared to, the
Yeah.
whole comparison thing. And of course, I know that that's not fair. I say that out of my own humility and growth. But I realized, listen, it's just a different type of stress. And these kids have a lot of pressure on them. They have academic pressures, and people don't know this, by the way, about USC. They tease kids for being there because they say it's a rich kid school, but actually USC gives out more scholarships than as a private institution than any other university on the West Coast, and they have amazing athletics. They have amazing resources for the students. But I mean, with that said, I believe it was one year I was there, they had like 6 suicides. So there was like this increase in, which is, for that size of a school, that's a lot. And there is pressure from parents. There's also, there are a lot of families that are born into USC or went to USC. So now there's this alumni, like follow in my parents' footsteps type pressure that's there as well. Of course, high achieving, the stress is very real and the students take it very seriously. And it was nice to be a space where they could come and talk about their life. That's what I enjoyed the most, was that they felt safe with me, and they felt it was a place for them to just breathe. It was a place for them to slow down. It was a place for them to not be go, go, go all the time.
And then you ended up working at a recovery center, an addiction treatment center. Were you doing that as you were teaching and doing private yoga at the same time, or?
Yeah, because California rent's not cheap.
Oh man, I don't know if people afford to live there, dude. You gotta have 3 jobs.
And straight up, USC does not pay that great when it came to, yes, you get some benefits, which is awesome, but when it comes to just actual pay, they weren't that great of a payor for the amount of work you're doing and syllabus making and rubric making and all of that. So I needed additional income coming in, and I ended up getting picked up to teach at a place called Clear Recovery Center, and it first started off with, and we'll talk about it later, I'm sure, but sound bath, music, sound therapy. And then it got more into stress management coaching and counseling because I presented to them with a syllabus that I could teach from. And then we really started creating programs around how, when someone, whether it's a mental health, which is different than addiction health, although that is mental health as well, it's just a different type, how to treat each one and to be able to teach mindfulness essentially. So that was exciting and a lot of fun, and taught like I think I was teaching up to 8 classes a week there.
How long did you do that for?
My first one was in 2019, and then I did that through 2024, I believe. Yeah, 2024.
How did you find that helpful? Were you seeing what you were teaching actually help and benefit people in real time?
I believe, and we'll talk soul stuff here, I believe at a soul level it was helping me heal. Being around addicts and being in that environment helped me look at my own addictive behaviors and patterns. It helped me understand my background and history growing up of a biological father who was an alcoholic, and it helped me understand and get closer to my mom. I mentioned earlier on that, I've never felt like she left me, but I found myself teaching from the same books that she was teaching from. Louise Hay, How to Heal Your Life, Dr. David Hawkins, Letting Go, The Pathway of Surrender. but it gave me this amazing opportunity to like dive deeper into understanding my psyche, but also being able to see someone as a human being. Like, we get so quick to call someone an addict, and then there's this label that we get stuck with as addict. And beneath all of that, there's usually a hurt person. There's usually someone that maybe didn't get nurturing or lacked compassion in their life, and so nature took over. And as a result of that, and their personalized conditioning, that was, they were just funneled into it, and then being able to show them that there is a way out, that this isn't just, it doesn't have to go in that direction anymore. That was so rewarding for me.
How do you think mindfulness and yoga practices aid individuals struggling with addiction or mental health challenges?
I believe it helps to slow them down. I believe that it helps them, and not just believe, I feel it slows them down. It allows them to be more introspective. It allows them to look at their own individual conditioning about how they showed up here. There's a saying, thoughts become words, words become thoughts become words become actions, actions become habits, habits become character, character becomes destiny. The destiny is the present moment right now, this now moment. But how did we get here? Well, we have to look at the character that brought us here. And then from there, and if it's an addiction clinic, well, there was a character that was playing out that involved drugs or use of substances that brought them to that moment where I was intersecting with them. And then from there, well, let's look at the different habits that contributed to that particular character. Okay, so alcohol, you go out and drink, and you have a habit of using fentanyl or whatever, cocaine. Okay, well, let's look at the actions that it takes to do that. Going to the liquor store, calling up your drug dealer, and breaking everything apart so they can see how one thing led to another. It's a reconnecting of the dots, reverse engineering. Then we get into like, well, what kind of words do we say to ourselves? And so words like I'm a F up, or I'm an idiot, or like the name calling that is imprinted upon them based on the conditioning that they had since they were a child. It all goes back, a lot of it goes back to their childhood and their conditioning. And trust me, I used to want to avoid doing that inner child work and all of that stuff and be like, oh, that's BS. But the fact of the matter is it has to come from somewhere. It didn't just randomly show up. And if we're going to reverse engineer it, we have to look at the familial environment that we grew up in and understand that very clearly, how that was impressed upon us. If we had an alcoholic parent, if we had an abusive parent, sexually abusive, emotionally abusive, physically abusive, it's going to leave a lasting impact. And it's either nature or nurture. If we were not nurtured by something, nature takes over, and that's where we start to develop subtle coping mechanisms. That's where we start to hide. That's where we start to be secretive. That's where we start to, develop these things that make us temporarily feel good, but never address the hurt and the pain that may be underlying in the surface. And it comes down to oftentimes worthiness. Louise Hay said, there's 5 main things that affect people. In her book, You Can Heal Your Life: shame, guilt, self-criticism, self-judgment, and this underlying belief that we are not enough. And it comes down to worthiness, that I am not worthy. And if we can identify that and help someone recognize that, yes, you are indeed worthy, it changes the landscape altogether. Now, with that, you do have to do rehabilitating, repatterning, and, recharacterization and all of that as well. But helping them identify the root cause, and that's really what this whole topic's about, is the most important piece, I feel.
And that's the mindfulness piece, right? Being mindful of
Yes.
what you have going on, the triggers, where you came from, what maybe, your the childhood stuff I find is interesting. You and I were talking last night. You've participated in a lot of retreats, especially when it comes to psychedelics, and you've had the opportunity to work with some pretty high level operators from all the secret agencies. And one of the things you and I were discussing last night was how some of these guys who've seen all this crazy stuff, death, war, destruction, they're in these ceremonies and they're dealing with stuff from their childhood, things that they saw or experienced from their childhood, and how that becomes so formative later on in life. So I thought that was super interesting. One of the things I wanted to talk about before we go into to the next topic was, We talked a little bit last night, when you were working in this addiction recovery treatment center, just again, you got to see some of the issues with kind of insurance and, the whole, the way the insurance plays into even treatment, addiction, and recovery. Can you talk to a little bit to that?
Oh, yeah. In general, addiction is a huge moneymaker. I mean, a huge moneymaker. You're talking for one individual, $40,000 for a single month to go to a recovery place. And that can be covered by insurance if you have insurance. I know places that are even more than that are like catering to the Hollywood stars due to privacy and things like that. But one of my struggles in seeing it, and it's not necessary, I think it's just across the board, is that there is this, you have this thing called the DSM-5, and it's like a diagnosis book for like mental health conditions and things like that. And so it's all coded. So everything is based off of a code. And you can prescribe drugs based off of codes and things like that, based on the person's affects, based on their behavioral issues. And of course, there's an intake you have to take. So it's a complicated topic. But what I oftentimes saw was this revolving door of drugs and also just throwing what'll stick. And so it's hard when you're leading group sessions. When you have a person that just got on a new drug, you get to know them and you're working with them, and all of a sudden they change their drug and it's like a new person showing up under this drugs. I think it's just as depressing for them to know that they're on an additional drug. Like this one's for this, and this one's for this, and this one's for this. And it almost leads to this mental health crisis of like, I am broken and now I'm dependent upon these drugs in order to feel or be better. And a lot of the current SSRIs and antidepressants, once again, they are treating the symptoms, but they're not necessarily getting down to the root cause of the issue. They're allowing you to do your 9-to-5 job by taking that, and they're allowing you to be a consumer, and they're allowing you to still like show up-ish, but yet there is still limited beliefs. There is still emotional concentration that's still beneath the surface. And to me, it's like, I struggle with that a little bit, because it's part of health, but I would like to not just see it in there. I would like to not see someone just tethered to needing this pill for the rest of their life. I understand that sometimes that's necessary. And I certainly, when I say that, there's no shame for individuals that have that. I mean, I empathetically feel for that. But at the same time, too, there's another piece of me that's like, "Oh, I just wish I could just talk to this person. I wish I could maybe dive a little bit deeper. I wish I could maybe do a little bit of gut biome testing. I wish that we could maybe look at, a lot of different areas in their life that maybe weren't addressed during their mental health journey because they were just sitting in processing groups or one-on-one sessions. But maybe, and I got in trouble for this actually, because I was talking about nutrition, and because I'm not a licensed nutritionist, I was asked not to, and it also might be triggering to individuals that suffer from body dysmorphia. And I was like, all right, I can't talk about that. But I know 80% of the body's immune system is the gut. Most people that struggle with mental health have gut issues involved with it too. They say the gut is actually your first brain. It produces 80% of serotonin, at least 80% of the serotonin in your body, and then at least 50 to 60% of the dopamine inside of your body. So if you have a dysregulated gut, then the happy chemicals and the chemicals that are supposed to work well within the nervous system, those aren't being produced. And if that's out of balance, well, then of course the rest of the nervous system's out of balance. There's a saying that we're never actually interacting with the outside world. We're simply interacting with our nervous system. And so if the nervous system is dysregulated and we're unaware of it, well, then we're walking around like sometimes a bull in a china shop. And that's not really fair for everybody else either. So we have to like pull back a little bit. And that's why there's this multifaceted, multifactorial approach on mental health. We can't just treat simply the psychology piece of it. We have to look at physiological. We have to look at history. We have to look at dietary intake. We have to look at exercise, sleep, rest, time in nature. It's multifaceted.
It's funny that you talk about the gut, because I know, one of another thing that we were talking about last night too was like antibiotics, right? I think as a country we've probably overprescribed the daylights out of them. I know, my oldest kid, when my oldest was younger, man, a ton of antibiotics, and I think the studies are showing now, that that overprescription or overuse of antibiotics, it destroys the gut microbiome, and it can cause mental issues and depression, and so I just think, I think a lot of people are just now waking up to how important your gut is, and you can have an overgrowth of bad bacteria. You can be missing whole strains of good bacteria, and when your gut's off, your whole system's off. So that's an awesome, interesting point. Well, now we're going to kind of start transitioning into, something that it's going to be awesome to talk about. It's something that you're super passionate about, and I love listening to you. I mean, we were sitting at the table last night just talking for a while about this, and it was just awesome. The level of knowledge you have. I know there's been a lot of folks that have been talking about psychedelics. I mean, you've heard it a bunch on Joe Rogan's podcast. Joe Rogan's talked about it. He's had some pretty well-known doctors on there, some researchers. One thing I really like about you is, I mean, not only have you, researched and looked into it, you've been at ground zero, helping people, treating people. You've had your own experiences. And so this topic is something I've become pretty passionate about as well, especially when you're talking about the veteran community. We have just a massive amount of, suicides. And you kind of alluded to a number I hadn't heard before. I thought the number was 22 a day. That's kind of what we've been told, but you're saying it's much higher than that.
Yeah, we're looking at totals that are going closer to 44 suicides a day. And a lot of it has to do with the way in which it's being reported. And also it's just an underreported number. I mean, it's very underreported. I believe it doesn't include drug overdoses that is a result of prescription pills. There's also just a lot of that are lost in the mix. I mean, homelessness, things like that. Dude, I used to work at the VA when I was selling medical devices out of the West LA VA, and with Dr. Fish and Dr. Pengahar, and all along it was like row upon row upon row. I'll show you a video after this, but it's just like homeless vets, no place to go, and the only reason why they're there is that they get medical service that's right there. But it's like, this is all we got. Like, you go into war at the age of 17 or 18 into the service with these promises, and then this is what you're left with. Like, what the F? Come on.
Yeah, well, and I'm excited to explore this topic with you because, I mean, I've had friends that have had firsthand experiences, and I've watched it kind of change their life. And you and I have talked kind of at length about this topic, and so I'm excited to dive into this. So, kind of open it up. When did you have your first ceremony, or kind of official experience with ayahuasca or psilocybin, and what was that journey like for you personally?
Great question. I had a little bit of dabbling before, but my very first ceremony, I believe, was May 26th or May 24th, 2016, and it was ayahuasca. I became part of what is called the Oklavuela, I think I'm pronouncing that correct, Native American church. So you are able to do these ceremonies on indigenous land. And I was struggling in relationship, and really that struggle with relationship was a relationship with self. It was showing up in my external relationships with women, but really what I was struggling with the most was who I was. And I thought, well, heard a lot about this. I remember watching a program by Joe Rogan called DMT, the Spirit Molecule, back in 2011 or 2010. And I'd always been curious. And then, wow, all of a sudden this opportunity came up. So I signed up, and I did just one night because that's all I could kind of afford at the time. Um, and I just wanted to get my feet wet. And it blew me wide open. It made me face some very poignant things that I had compartmentalized growing up. And if we want to get into that, I think might be helpful for the viewers to understand the depth of this, because um, there were a couple different points in my life growing up where I'd experienced sexual abuse. And one was through a leadership called RILA, which was the Rotary Youth Leadership Program. And I was a target for a gentleman. And another just was through some stuff growing up as a kid that I'm not ready to talk about quite yet for the public airways. But, you know, being in the military and growing up with, certain stereotypes, it made me face some heavy topics. And one of the topics was, who am I and what is my identity and what is my orientation? Because of this fear that I had about not being women, or not finding the right woman, or I was 36 years old. I thought there was a possibility that I might even be gay. And the don't ask, don't tell policy in the military, there was a lot of like pressure around that. And it became very clear in my medicine ceremony that it doesn't matter what you identify as. At the end of the day, you are nothing but a loving, caring person. And if you're going to be helping people, you need to take the lens off of your eyes that is going to judge someone based on their choice of sexuality or whatever it is that they want to be or do. And it was like light as day. Like that was like, oh, I didn't realize that that was causing me to navigate this life the way that I was doing it. It showed me how angry I was at my mother's death. That it showed me how much that I had been struggling. One of the reasons why I'd struggled with alcohol was because I was upset about and compartmentalized for over 2 decades, nearly 2 decades, my mother's death. It made me look at the source of why I had certain addictions. I mean, addictions around sex, addictions around porn, addictions, not fun stuff to look at. But it was clear as day that, holy shit, the only reason why I was doing these external things was because there was something hurt deep down inside of me. I was exposed to a lot of stuff at a way younger age than most people were exposed to. And I think as a boy growing up, and also as a young man, there's a lot of shame around it, and you have no one to talk to about it, because if anybody found out, then they were going to tease you or make fun of you. You know how boys are. But then you realize that, wow, I'm not the only one. This actually is quite prevalent. And it's just like the elephant in the room that no one's really talking about. And so that was my very first session, and it blew me wide open. The issue that I had with it was that there was no integration. And so it opened my heart up and my mind up to see and experience all of these things. It's kind of like Neo when he like gets plugged into the matrix, and then like he gets download all these programs, and you see him like, oh, and he all of a sudden wakes up. Well, it was like, holy crap, I received all of this, like, this is the way you are because of this conditioning. But then you have that in a very short period of time. But then how do you integrate that over the next day, week, months, years, and whatnot? And there was none of that. So I was kind of like, okay, this is great. When's the next one? And that really started the whole like understanding this medicine. What was it actually doing? What was it? What was the psychological piece? What was the biological piece? What was the molecular piece? What was happening inside of this system that made me see all of that? And if this is happening to me, then it has to be happening to a bunch of other people too. And we can't just be sending people off into space like this without there being a level of support on the back end of it. Otherwise, I feel like that's wholly irresponsible. So after that, I wanted to see more. So I started signing up for. I'd saved money, and I went to my next ceremonies, and more downloads and more like revelations about myself and who I am started coming in, and more self awareness started showing up. And then I found another teacher I really, really liked. He is one of the oldest in the world that is doing this work, that is an American. And he took me under his wing. And then I started doing more guardianship programs where learning how to hold space for people in ceremony. And this isn't like your typical certification like program. This was like very raw and very real. And I'm deeply appreciative of my route in understanding the medicine with it. And I studied ayahuasca for 3 years, really hard. I mean, at least once a month going to ceremony, nearly at least once a month going to ceremonies. And it just opened up it opened up my heart. It opened up this well of compassion that I knew was there all along, but I didn't know how to articulate or be able to share because I thought I was going to get rejected or, pushed away.
Well, and psychedelics has always had this kind of stigma to it, right? Like, especially people who don't know anything about it. You hear, the word psychedelics or whatever, and you think the walls are melting, and
Right.
people have had, there's a lot of negative connotation. How do you speak to that?
Well, first and foremost, the word psychedelic means mind manifesting. It's just straightforward. There is new languaging and new repurposing to this that I think, like, we need to have more of a common language around it. My dear friend Daniel Covington out of, um, where is he? He's out of Washington. He's playing a big part in this work right now. But the relanguaging is important. There is a lot of stigma. Ultimately, it comes down to ignorance. In yoga, we say the root of all suffering is avidya, which means ignorance, but it's what we don't know. And when you do a really hard look at history in like how long these things have been used for in ceremoniously, I mean, there are cave paintings back to the Cueva de los Manos, which is over 10,000 BCE, that shows cave paintings of people having, these experiences. There is, I mean, back 1400s, you have the Aztecs that use these ceremoniously. They call it the flesh of the gods, mushrooms, and was it Tocophelia or something like that? There's statues with these things.
It was
And
known in Greek mythology and
yeah,
back in Greece. I think even the Romans.
yeah, the ancient Greeks used them. The Egyptians used white lotus flower and or white lily and blue lotus flower. Even the Catholic Church used the scalpa fish during ceremonies, which is known as a hallucinogenic fish. In the Rig Veda, they talk about this brew called soma. Soma is a plant. There is even suspect, and of course, the burning bush was supposedly acacia, and acacia is known for its high amounts of dimethyltryptamine inside of it. So part of me feels like there may be a parable somewhere in there. I don't know. Again, I wasn't there at that time, but I do know that psychedelics have been used for thousands and thousands of years, but they've been used for a ritual, not just recreational, but for ritual settings. If you ever get a chance to check out Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory, because that's all about how in the evolution of human beings and as animals migrated, monkeys would eat the mushrooms off of mushrooms. From what people that don't know, mushrooms grow on cow patties. And so as they ate these things, they became more and more self-aware and self-conscious and more, things like tools and things like that. But in the more modern times, I mean, things like MDMA was invented in 1912 by a Merck scientist. In 1938, Albert Hofmann discovered LSD 25 and then revisited it in, I think it was April 19th, 1943. That's what's known as Bicycle Day, when he accidentally spilled some on his hand and then had this like amazing experience. You know, even guys like Bill W. This isn't talked a lot in the AA community, but in the 1950s, he was using LSD in concert with the AA program that he had developed, the 12-step program, to have huge insight into his life and into his past life and understanding at a deeper level his addictions. You know, and then honestly, it was, you know, during the Vietnam War. You know, the Vietnam War actually went from I believe it was 1955 to 1975. Now, that was more during the French colonization and things like that. But what people don't realize is the Vietnam War was the first war that was televised. And after the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964, that was being televised. And then you had the Tet Offensive in 1968. That also was televised. There was this movement in the American culture that was like, what are we doing there? And why are we sending people there to fight this war? It was this whole war on communism versus capitalism versus imperialism. And it brought up a lot in the United States. And that's when the Timothy Learys came out. That's when the Ram Dass started coming out. And then you had this thing called the Controlled Substance Act of 1970. And it was the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 that lumped everything into a Schedule 1, Schedule 2 drug format.
Do you think that came about because people were questioning the Vietnam War? I mean,
100%.
people were doing acid and having these experiences, and then they started,
100%. Absolutely, because the government doesn't want you questioning it. It doesn't, like, control ultimately is what it comes down to. And when these mind-altering substances open you up to the level of conditioning that you've been experienced and see that you are more than that conditioning, well, that now becomes problematic. And then we want to try to control it in a way that now it needs to be controlled a certain way so it doesn't become a public problem. And so after the 1970s, all of these drugs basically entered the dark ages. And that you're putting hallucinogens, psychedelics into the same category as a barbiturate, as an opiate, as a narcotic, as a benzo. Like, all of these things are now lumped into one. And then you had, and it was the war on drug. And then in 1973, the DEA was invented. And then, of course, I grew up with the DARE program, and, you know, this is your brain on drugs, and your brain is frying. And it's just this sort of big cloud or dome over all
propaganda.
drugs. Yeah. And
let's call it what it was. It was propaganda.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, guys like Doblin with MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Sciences, in 1984, he started doing some research around this, and really in the late 1990s and early 2000s, when you started to see studies done around psilocybin, and a lot of it for the Controlled Substance Act, it wasn't scientifically based at all. Like, there was zero scientificness behind it. So people that love following the science, let's really follow the science on this then. And now, I mean, I think there's over 260 different studies going on right now with psilocybin. Psilocybin for body dysmorphia, psilocybin for PTSD, for TBIs, for alcoholism, smoking cessation, tobacco cessation. You know, and seeing how something born out of nature can heal us. Isn't that not a clear sign?
When Governor, when the former governor of Texas, Rick Perry, gets on Joe Rogan's show and talks about Ibogaine, that's when you finally, like, that's when people are finally waking up, like, this dude was anti-drugs, anti all that. And he was just on Joe Rogan's show recently, you know, talking at depth about Ibogaine. And that's another plant-based, you know, psychedelic medicine that, you know, there's tons of research on. So, yeah, I think, I mean, we're really starting to see some traction, and you know, I think I really kind of attribute to some of what happened during COVID. That's not something I want to super dive into, but I think people got to look behind the curtain of what's been going on for probably a long time that a lot of us were ignorant to. And I think that has now pulled the veil back on a lot of things. And, you know, and I think we're seeing some good movement. I think you're seeing healthcare change a lot of, you know, a little bit. I think that's why the, you know, RFK Jr. That's why I think he, you know, that whole Make America Healthy Again is really gaining some traction. And it's definitely, these are definitely interesting times, but it's a cool time to be alive, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Science is changing. You know, you're just seeing we're making these leaps massively. You know, one of the questions that I definitely want to ask early on in this conversation about psychedelics is, you know, your thoughts on psychedelic therapy versus recreational use. There's this idea that, you know, that everybody out here that's advocating for, you know, the use of psychedelics in coordination with mental health, that, you know, everybody should just be eating gobs of mushrooms and hanging out at their house. And, you know, I know you and I have talked at length that that's not really the advocation.
Yeah, I'm not an advocate of recreational use. I'm an advocate of, like, let's utilize these things to dive into your purpose. Let's utilize these things to dive into where you feel stuck in life. Let's utilize these things as a tool to understand your psyche. Let's utilize them to understand underlying emotional constructs that are there that are controlling you. Because listen, we have a lot of attachments as human beings to the emotions that we have. Most of the time, we don't even understand our own emotions. But there's also another layer there that is our limited belief systems. And I feel, and my wife, you know, I haven't even really mentioned her in this until now, but I mean, she has been a big, big piece of this. Because, you know, she has a heart of gold, and she has helped design a lot of, like, not design, but well, design, yes, but help me understand myself even more through the utilization of psychedelics. And um, psychedelics help you understand your limited belief systems that you have about yourself, about this world. I mean, how many of us are walking around with limited belief systems? How many of us are walking around with this identity that separates us, that makes us feel so separate and alone and depressed and anxious? They help us look at that PTSD, post traumatic stress disorder. Something took place in the past that is still affecting us in the present moment. To be able to peel back the layers and understand that and let go of that energetic weight, so it's no longer something that's resting on our shoulders, that is a win. It's a huge win, because now you can go out and serve this world rather than having to compartmentalize everything and hold on to this stress that took place in the past. We don't realize, I feel anyways, what a gift it is to be alive. Like, and this is part of the biology piece of, like, when you look under microscopes, when you look through a telescope, what a magnificent world this is. How complex these bodies of 7 trillion different cells working together. And, you know, and when you get down to, like, gut biome stuff, like over 2 quadrillion bacteria working in your gut, like, all of these things part and parcel working together to create this experience. That is amazing. And when we get out of our heads, we start to experience the wonder of this world a little bit more, and also understand that this experience is fleeting. We only got, like, a handful of years here in the bigger picture, you know? So why am I spending it stressed out, tripping about the future, about things that aren't happening, or stressing about the past that we can no longer do anything about other than shift ourselves internally?
How do you differentiate between ceremonial and therapeutic use of substances like ayahuasca, psilocybin, versus, you know, the casual or recreational use versus doing it of, you know, in a ceremony, and just really the importance of, you know, setting and attentions?
Yeah, so when it comes to ceremony, there's a lot of preparation that takes place. There is the physiological body preparing it. So when you're doing a ceremony, you want to shift the way that you eat. That alone will help with health. And so there's basic guidelines around what to eat prior to ceremonies.
And that's a big deal for ayahuasca too, from what I understand. I mean,
Yes.
you start prepping a couple weeks out. Our
Mm-hmm.
previous guest that was just on, Greg,
Mm-hmm.
he did I think a 5-day ceremony in Peru, and he had to, like, start fasting and changing his diet.
28 days.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. For those types of ceremonies, it's a 28-day, and you have to eliminate a lot of the foods that stimulate you. No processed foods, more towards grains and vegetables, less fermented foods, certainly no alcohol. You want to get rid of stimulants like nicotine and caffeine. Spices you have to eliminate too. Getting rid of things like milk, which is highly acidic, cheeses, because of the case of morphines and the inflammation that causes inside of the body. You have to get rid of things like, you shift away from red meats because that's also highly acidic. When I mean highly acidic, I mean that it takes a lot of gastrointestinal hydrochloric acid production in order to break that down, which can be damaging to the cell lining of your gut. So you have to make these shifts, and that alone causes withdrawals. I mean, have you ever gone for like a few days without coffee? You know, you get these headaches, you get agitated. Well, it's because our creature comfort isn't there to support us. And now the underlying emotion that's been there all along is starting to surface. So there's that piece of it. And then also for ceremonies, like big ceremonies, abstinence plays a big piece because you want as much energy as possible to go into the ceremony. And when we are flagrantly, you know, self-pleasuring, masturbating, looking at porn, things like that, that's all stimulus. And we oftentimes go to the stimulus because of a discomfort, to calm us down, to relax us, to make us feel a certain way. And so that's going to bring up stuff. Now we're facing these other parts of ourself. There is also like watching news. That stimulates us. We eat a lot of different ways. It's not just through the mouth. We eat through our eyes and what we take in, and we eat through our ears, what we're listening to. And we can sometimes be just news consumers and social media consumers, and we're just taking in everything through our eyes and ears, and that's overstimulating us as well too. So in traditional dietas, as they call them, we take this stuff seriously, and we want to try to negate as much as that as possible. And it does show up in your ceremony. Like it like you can't lie to yourself ultimately. We think we can, but we're not. You cannot lie to the self.
Yeah, that's a great thing. You know, even just, talking about the news, man. I mean, I was telling people that a year ago, before this last election cycle, of depending on what side of the fence you are on, people are losing their minds. It's like, now turn that crap off, dude. It's not, you're not going to change what's going to happen. What you can do is change your relationship with your neighbors, your friends, your kids, your spouse, wherever you're invested in your community. The news is just like, it's a negative constant feedback cycle, and social media has kind of become that way. It's like another place to get news, and it's just this constant negative thing. And I find, even myself, man, just unplugging. I don't really watch the news a whole lot, but just unplugging from social media 2-3 days a week, man, it's almost purifying.
Yeah. Like go out and clean the beach for an hour instead of watch TV for an hour. Serve your community. Is it really serving your community watching a recycled news program over and over and over again? How many times do you need to be told? I mean, I feel like a parent, but like, how many times do you need to be told for you to understand something? But yet there are people that, and this
they're glued to it, man. They're like glued to the news, and
like you go to the gym and like there's news at the gym. Can we not work out in peace? Why do we need that piece to why do we need that extra piece of stimulation? In fact, that actually takes you away from connecting to your body.
And I see these people, I see them in my daily life, man, of these people that's constantly consuming the news, no matter what side of the fence they are. And you could see, man, they're wound up tight. They're stressed out all the time. They're constantly regurgitating whatever they heard in the news for that day or that week. And you're like, dude, all you're doing is just running yourself into the ground, and you're not really helping anything.
Yeah, Chicken Little, the sky's falling. Well, and people say, like, when has this not been? These are unprecedented times, or like, when has it not been unprecedented? I mean, listen, we live in like a crazy world on this spaceship called Earth, flying through space. Like there's gonna be crazy stuff happening here, but to be sucked into that, to have it affect our nervous system, to have it cause levels of depression, which now it feeds into like a medical system, it causes health problems. I mean, your answers are not going to be found in the news. It's going to be found when you walk out in nature and spend some time out there. It'll be found when like you go exercise your body. It'll be found when you're making meals for yourself instead of going to a fast food restaurant and have someone who's making a minimum, not that that's bad, but I mean, someone who is probably caring less about what they're making. It's better to like put your power back into your own hands again.
Yeah, no. Kind of transitioning, I kind of look at psychedelics as both from a science and from a spirituality. you're almost, bridging biology with neurosciences and really spiritual experiences. I mean, we talked about that at length yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is actually happening in the brain and the body during a psychedelic journey? I mean, to the best of your knowledge. I
Yeah.
feel like
So
you're somebody that have studied this and spent a lot of time doing it, hosting ceremonies, being with people, sitting
mhm,
with people, counseling people while they're under the medicine.
mhm.
Yeah. If you could just kind of, give us your insight on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do the best I can to articulate what some would might refer to as the mystical, but I have to say that there is a point within all of this where language is no longer required to understand it. But basically, part of it is figuring out what the right medicine is for the individual. Um, for some people, it's going to be ayahuasca. For some, it could be psilocybin. For some, it could be iboga or ibogaine. For some, it could be combo or bufo or 5-MeO DMT dimethyltryptamine. I know some of these words are unfamiliar with people out there, and that's okay. We'll dive a little bit. We can dive maybe a little deeper into that later, but it's figuring out which medicine's going to work. Um, the methodology I have learned to prefer is slowly stepping people into it. Some people need a quick, strong kick to the teeth, and I would say in more of like the operator, first responder, heavy PTSD community, like that kick to the like reset is so important. But I also understand a lot of people struggle with control. And when we work with these medicines, there's an element where we have to let go of control and think that we know everything and trust that the medicine is going to um, guide us and show us what it is that we need. And it's not always just a one time quick fix. I mean, um, there are sometimes required multiple sessions with it. And I think we even have to be careful with that too, because then we can be like these, psychedelic spiritual junk, like download junkies. And I don't think that's healthy either. So there's, I think, healthy boundaries and guidelines we need to have with it. And I say all of that to preface that we have to work with these things responsibly. And then for the next piece of how to articulate it is that there's a great book called The Body Keeps the Score. And there's another great book by Dr. Alexander Lowen called The Voice of the Body. And these bodies carry stress like none other. And it's not just here where memory is encapsulated, it's throughout the whole nervous system chain. It's in our fascia. That's why I think about it when you hear a loud gun or like a firework, there's like a jump that sometimes comes with it. Whereas other people who may not have been around anything like that, they're not jumping at all. So there is definitely a nervous system response that's taking place based on that external stimulus.
Yeah, I hate
Um,
the 4th of July, man.
yeah,
All
dude.
that.
Up until like a few years ago, I would have such a hard time with the concussions of fireworks going off, and now I can handle it fairly well. But the we have suppressed memories, we have suppressed the traumas, we have suppressed the pain and the hurt and the shame and the guilt and the apathies and the fears. Like all of that has been suppressed in order for us to show up to day life. And what these psychedelics appear to do is slowly drill down into you, into your psyche, and have you in some ways relive them, but relive it as an observer, relive it as a third party that you can see what it is as an outsider versus being in the first person experiencing it. And there are a lot of different types of purges that take place based on the different types of medicines, and that scares people, but it's just part of the journey process, and it does get better over time, especially if you're applying the insight. But there are throw up purges, which typically have to do with ego, when you're really facing your ego and control, things like that. Whether it's with mushrooms or ayahuasca, there can be a very heavy, like external purging and throwing up. Um, we call it an energetic purge. So you're not actually like throwing up food or anything like that. It is a oh my God, this identity that is not me. It could be whatever title, namesake, identity that we had. But typically, that is what's getting thrown up and released. There can be what are called pee purges, where people pee themselves because of a fear, and it can bring them back into like a childhood situation where they were yelled at or abused as a child, and here they are peeing themselves, and so there's this release that takes place, and that's an opportunity to offer compassion and empathy towards that person that went through that. There's poop purges, and I refer to those as the full of shit purges. And listen, man, like we're all, one of my teachers used to say, we're standing next to our own, we're standing so close to our own shit, oftentimes we don't even smell it.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is like, we're all full of it. And that being full of it is a heavy weight that creates a level of separation. It prevents us from seeing other people and connecting. And so sometimes you see people run to the bathroom and have a release that way. For some people, like for me, I will have a shaking purge, and my body will just start going into a level of shaking. But I know what it's doing. It's not like a seizure. It's just breathing through it and just allowing the body to do what it needs to do. We have to remember the body knows how to do two things very, very well. It knows how to heal itself, and it knows how to survive. And if we set the right setting for that, then it's all about letting go of control and letting the body do its thing.
What do you say to people that are scared to do it, but maybe need it because of, these things you just discussed?
I say, then let's sit down and talk about it. Like, what are the fears that are there? What are the beliefs that are coming up about it? And oftentimes it comes down to control. People there's a part of it where people like where they're at in life because of the physical things that they have, but they don't like who they are internally. And so by shifting who they like internally, there's a fear that everything else around them is going to fall apart. But the one constant in life is change. And the truth is like, no, your whole world's not going to fall apart, especially if you have a really good facilitator and instructor. They're going to be with you. They're going to hold your hand metaphorically as you walk through this. They're going to step you into it and prepare your body, prepare your mindset. And they're also going to step you out of it and continue showing up for you. And, some of my best friends and people that I associate with still to this day are people that I work with. And they understand and they get it. That this work with psychedelics is really about self-compassion, self-love, and worthiness, and letting go of anything there that makes you feel like you're not lovable or that you're not worthy or that, you're not enough.
How do these changes facilitate healing at a psychological level?
It goes back to being able to identify, and this is where we get it more into like common mindfulness, and a good segue that of, we don't want to be using psychedelics all the time. We use them as tools, but we also want to add other tools on top of that. And a big piece is that you're not your thoughts. Thoughts are like clouds in the sky. There was a study done at USC that there's over 70,000. It was in 2014. There's over 70,000 thoughts go through the human mind every single day. But there are certain thoughts that we have attachments to, that we get stuck with. And so what psychedelics help us do is see that we're not those thoughts. That just because there's an intrusive thought that's there doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. It allows you to observe the thought and understand where that thought came from, where that limited belief came from. And it allows us to rework that limited belief into a belief system that actually makes sense. It's sort of like a computer program. For a lot of people, they have an internal computer program that's obsolete, that is like a Windows 95. And this is the year 2025, and like, let's update that programming rather than having this old view and old, outlook of the world.
Yeah, I generally feel it just goes back to this conversation that we've just had about, medicine and insurance and whatever. Like, we're progressing as a society, and I feel like the one thing that hasn't, I feel like it's coming, is the use and, the stigmas and all the crap that surrounded, psychedelics, and it hasn't fully caught up yet, but I think it's gaining massive momentum, which kind of brings me into my next question, talking about the legal status of psychedelics, stigma, and the misconceptions around psychedelics. How do you respond to critics who say psychedelics are dangerous or irresponsible?
I asked them if they tried them. I'd like to know what their knowledge is of it. I'd like to know some of the stories that they've heard. I want to get curious about them and their experience. Maybe they have more of a religious influence and it's their religion that's talking about it rather than firsthand experience. You know, one of the issues that I have in the modern Western world in medicine is that most doctors have never taken the medicine that they're prescribing. So there is no experiential wisdom. I think if most doctors took medicines that they were prescribing, they go, oh, hell no. Like, this is, but with this, I have, you know, this isn't like an ego trip for me, but I know that I have a lot of experience with it. And I know I have like a lot of solid contacts who also have had experiences with it that have had, you know, incredibly positive, life transformative experiences where they found their purpose and they found who they are internally. And now they're walking a walk and through life that is so much more clear. They're not hurting people on the way like they did before. So people that are critics of it, I just want to sit down with them and help them understand. You know, if you have no experiential wisdom with something, then who are you to say that it's wrong? You know, and if you had maybe someone in your family who abused these things or didn't have support with them, then that needs to be discussed too, because you're looking at it from a skewed lens. You're not looking at it from a lens of someone who's actually done some deep dives into this work and has, you know, I think I look at my life and I love my life. I love my wife. I love my stepchildren. I love like what we're creating. And I love the people that are in my life. And I'm not out there hurting people, you know, or, you know, trying to take advantage of people. I just want the world to be a better place to be in. And I want people to feel good about themselves.
Yeah, one of the interesting points is you brought up, like, you know, there is a religious aspect, and, you know, especially, you know, religion is kind of lumped psychedelics into this evil thing. I
Mm-hmm.
find that super curious and interesting because I know a lot of people who have had psychedelic experiences, you know, going to retreats, set and settings, and they've actually become more religious,
Mm-hmm.
more spiritual,
Yeah.
because of its, you know, of its connection.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've just found that a lot of people that, you know, have talked, just they don't really know what they're talking about, or they're regurgitating information
Mm-hmm.
20, 30 years ago that they were told, that's been passed down. You know, and it's, yeah, hopefully we're getting around that. It feels like the momentum is building, especially in the veterans community, which we're going to dive into
Yeah.
here in a minute. Can you kind of compare and or contrast, you know, ayahuasca versus psilocybin, you know, as far as like duration, intensity, cultural context, and then we'll probably talk a little bit about microdosing versus macrodosing.
Sure. They both work on what is referred to as the 5-H2A receptor sites inside of the body. Those are the same receptor sites that SSRIs and antidepressants work upon. Um, um, we're going to have to step this question into multiple parts, I think, for audience and viewer understanding.
Yeah, I
But
think I just lobbed like a whole bomb. I mean, that's probably a
no,
lot.
it's no,
So
this is
feel
this
free
is
to break it down however you feel
no,
you
this
see
is
fit.
good because this is about educating people. There's a lot of different ways to take these things. You know, right now there is the um, psilocybin mushroom is taking it in a dried format, and then there's also straight psilocybin, which is synthesized from the mushroom, which means you have to do a chemical process in order to get to that point. Um, I want to get to your question, but I want to make a point around this, and that Mother Nature gave us everything we needed here on this earth when we were created too. And it shows up in and through nature as a symbiotic relationship. And so psilocybin is a naturally free flowing bioavailable chemical that nature provides that acts very similarly to serotonin inside of our bodies. And so when we take these things in their raw form, we're getting what is called the entourage effect, meaning you're getting all the alkaloids and bioavailable chemicals. It acts as a great prebiotic as well for our gut. Now, with some people, due to poor diet, they don't have the enzymes necessary to break down chitin. Chitin is the cell wall of a mushroom. It's very hard to break down. So, if you're going to do it that way, you want to either like grind it down into a fine powder or, make it into a tea. But nature does not need trademarks. Nature does not need license agreements. Nature does not need, to be registered in order for it to heal.
That's a great point. We're going to come back to that.
Yeah, and that experience is going to be different from ayahuasca. And it's also dependent upon strains, because there's over 208 different types. I think there's 210 now species of psilocybin mushrooms. And there's 4 categories technically of psilocybin mushrooms, but I don't want to get too far into the weeds with it. But that experience is going to be both body, visual, auditory. You experience, especially in larger doses, what's called synesthesia. And the synesthesia is when all of the senses start to meld together and kind of mix, and you end up going through, with a large enough dose called a hero's dose, you get what is called an ego death, and that is where you, as you know yourself, is completely dissolved.
That's where a lot of the breakthroughs happen, right?
That's where a lot of breakthroughs happen, but a lot of people fight that because they think that it is death when it's not. It's a psychological death, and I know many people who held guns to their heads, who have tried to suck down the muzzle, who after just one psilocybin experience, changed their life forever, and are on a new course and trajectory. And psilocybin, depending on how it's prepared, if it's prepared the right way, usually peak time is 2.5 hours, and then there is a come down period of around 4 to 5 hours, and then the half-life is, I believe, 5 hours or so inside of the body, and then within 24 hours it's eliminated, and then it's out of the system. Ayahuasca, the main chemical in ayahuasca is DMT, that dimethyltryptamine. I'm saying these names so people can start to memorize them. But DMT, when you have ayahuasca, you have the vine, and then you have the leaf. And the leaf has what is called a 5-MeO inhibitor. And what that is if you try to just take DMT through your gut, what ends up happening is that the hydrochloric acid breaks it down. The molecule's unstable, and there's no psychotropic effect at all. But with the 5-MeO inhibitor, what it does is it allows it to pass through the gut and move into the intestinal lining of the wall of your gut. And that's when you get like these very strong psychedelic experience. And sometimes it's a kaleidoscope of colors. Sometimes it's more of just like an empty room, but a very clear voice that's you, but it's not you. We call ayahuasca grandmother. And it's sort of like when you take ayahuasca, it's your grandmother sitting you down and going, we're going to sit and have this conversation and talk, and you're going to hear some things that you probably don't want to hear and see some things that you don't want to see, but I'm showing this to you in order for you to make a life change, in order to change habits and behaviors, because these habits and behaviors are not serving you anymore. Psilocybin does very similar things, but its mechanism is just different. I think that if I was to talk to people about sort of a continuum of like which ones to work with first, I would first say work with microdosing and psilocybin to kind of get like your toes wet with it, and then maybe do a controlled with a trip sitter and a facilitator, like a journey, so you get to understand what that's like. There tends to be less purging with mushrooms, but as you start to get into ayahuasca, there is definitely more visceral reactions that start to take place as it starts to integrate into your nervous system.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's so important, right? When you're talking about hero dosing or ayahuasca, having a ceremony, this is not something like you're doing in your backyard.
Right.
I know people do it, but you know, especially with the work that you're doing and you're advocating in the veteran community and just in the mental health community at large, you know, this is a very purposeful, intentful, you know, the right setting. You're setting your intentions. You're preparing people's mind before they actually just, you know, this isn't, you know, just taking a bunch of drugs and tripping. This is a very responsible, very purposeful, very ethical, from all these different standpoints, and when it's done right, I mean, I know you're going to speak to it later, especially when we talk about your nonprofit or the nonprofit that you're involved in. It's just, man, the benefits are pretty
Yeah.
pretty huge. I mean, you've been
Yeah.
at ground zero for a lot of people's life, kind of changing. So I'm just going to take a quick break. I think we're going to start talking about, what goes into a ceremony and stuff like that coming up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool, man. Coming back from the break, we just finished up kind of, walking around ayahuasca and psilocybin. We talked about, some stigmas. We talked about kind of a little bit of its effect on the body. One of the things you and I were just talking about on break was kind of some overlooked statistics on, alcohol related deaths, fentanyl related deaths, and all these different things. And we're worried about psychedelics. Can you speak to that for a sec?
Yeah, it was in, I believe, last year, 2023, there was 140,000 alcohol related deaths. And yet there are aisles and aisles full of this drug called alcohol. And that's legal. But I also understand it's because the Alcohol and Tobacco Association has some pretty strong numbers and lobbies associated with it. But let's peel back a layer a little more. In 2022, I believe it was, there was roughly 80,000 opiate deaths, 74,000 fentanyl, which is a synthetic opiate related deaths. And how many mushroom deaths were there? Well, there were 4 mushroom deaths that were associated with mistaxonomy, meaning they were foragers that misidentified the mushrooms and unfortunately ate the wrong mushroom. So to me, it's like, just looking at the statistics alone, why are we still, like, where's the stigma? Like, your chances of doing something, if anything, you just want to curl up into a ball. If you have a bad trip, you don't want to go out anywhere. You're just going to have like I don't like to even call them bad trips, but an uncomfortable journey. Then you're probably going to, be balled up somewhere.
Well, and I know
Certainly
there was
don't.
recently, I think in Washington, I think he was an Army soldier who ate a bunch of mushrooms, probably had a bad experience, ended up killing somebody. And I feel horrible for the kid, right? Like, I'm sure that's not what he meant to do when he took those mushrooms. And I'm sure, that's something he's got to live with the rest of his life. But that was kind of, in my opinion, one of those, times where, recreational use, somebody, used something irresponsibly and that would happen. But, we're comparing, that's minor, right? I mean, your alcohol point, I thought the deaths were 55,000. I didn't know it was more than that.
Yeah.
And it's ludicrous, right? Like, why is it illegal when you can buy alcohol literally on dang near every gas station in America? And, here this thing is that helps people. And we're all scared of it. I just wonder sometimes if it's not just a pharmaceutical issue, right? I mean, I know Johns Hopkins bought $300,000 of Ibogaine. I know Ibogaine's being studied here in Texas as well. And, you can't help but wonder, are they studying it because they're trying to figure out a way that they can synthesize it and, patent it? And again, it goes back to there's no money in the cure.
Right.
And this is one of those things where psychedelics are helping cure people. And so you just wonder, is it legal because, some big corporation can't make money on it yet? Is that what we're waiting for? You just can't help but wonder.
I think that is definitely it. You see it with the trials with MDMA right now. You're seeing it with trials with psilocybin. I mean, they're trying to like patent and trademark phrases like set and setting. Like, get out of here. Like, I understand. Like, I think that what they're attempting to do is intended to be good. I always want to approach it with like the best generosity, but I also understand when there's investors involved and you have like personal investment and income, there's a level of ego that resides in there. There's a fantastic, it's a manifest to find online. It's under the Doors of Perception, but it's called the Ayahuasca Manifesto. And it is a 50-page publication written anonymously that I think anybody who's working in the plant medicine field and plant medicine space needs and should be reading, because it's very clear and concise about how to work with entheogenic nootropic plant medicines from a conservative standpoint and how to charge for it. You know, nature's not asking us to pay it. The only thing nature really wants back, I believe, is to be treated with respect. But it's not looking for a big payout. And that's where human ego starts to come in. And, you know, right now, the way it's kind of set up is there's like these $10,000 retreats and $7,000 retreats. Like, it does not need to be that expensive. Healing should not be that expensive. I understand people's time. I understand the value of that, but it should also be accessible and available. I mean, even in Oregon, for a single microdose, they're charging $500 in some places for a single microdose, and part of it is because you have to do it. It has to come from a licensed distributor at a licensed facility by a licensed instructor. And so you end up pricing out people from this therapy. And then when you get into like macro doses, some of these places are charging like anywhere between $2,500 to $3,000 per sit. And that doesn't include the medicine. That doesn't include integration time. It doesn't include like all the things. I could understand that if you're getting all of this other support on the back end of it, but a lot of it's to pay for the facility and time, and to spend 5 to 6 hours in a facility to do that feels like a little bit of like, how much is too much? And I can't make that up for anybody else. You know, it's based on the person who's running it, but if we want this to be more mainstream, we have to make it available. And I don't personally feel like you need to have, especially on the microdosing side, that you need to be charging that much. Because by the time that you're done, by the time the medicine begins to even hit, like your session's almost over. Like, okay.
Yeah. I know I know an owner of an ibogaine clinic. I'm not even gonna say where. They're in South America. I know them personally, and they charge, it's a decent price. However, what people don't take into consideration with that, one, the medicine's hard to get, and two, I mean, you stay pretty much on their property for 5-6 days.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than just the medicine. There's a lot of support. So that one's a little bit different. It is expensive. It's a life-changing therapy, just from what I've heard from people. And I know, you know, I've talked to them at length. I mean, they're running this business and they're a little bit older, and man, they're running their heart and soul.
Yep.
You know, it's, you know, the husband sleeps on the couch when people are, you know, staying the night, because there's a lot that goes into it. But I agree, man. I mean, $500 for a single microdose, which is like a tenth of a gram, from my understanding from talking to you.
Yeah.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah, and there's some like really well run places too. You know, I am aware of Rhythmia. Rhythmia right now, Costa Rica is going through a pretty big shift in who can do ayahuasca and lead ayahuasca ceremonies, and they are making it more restrictive, and Arrhythmia is the one that is going to be allowed to continue to do it. And, you know, they have, I'm not here to talk about their pricing and whatnot, but I know that I know a lot of people have been through their program, and for your week-long stay, the amount that you pay is actually a pretty good deal for the medicine, for the ceremony, for all the different workshops and classes, and the level of knowledge of people that they're bringing in there to instruct and to do integration with. That to me does make sense. But
yeah, absolutely. And I do think people need to have a buy-in in their own treatment. Sometimes what I've seen just in my personal life with people that have gone through some of these treatments, sometimes when it's free, people don't necessarily appreciate it. You know, it's one thing if you're living on the street, you're a disabled homeless vet, you don't have a pot to piss in, that's understandable. But if you have means and you have a job, and you know you have the means to contribute to your own welfare, I mean, you'll spend hundreds of dollars going to get boozed up for a weekend, or taking a trip to Vegas, or going wherever, and you don't have you know, money to go make yourself a better human being. So I mean, I'm definitely not advocating for anything for anything to be free, especially when other people are putting their time, energy, and their effort. But yeah, I do think, you know, that's a great conversation too of pricing, because again, man, I could sit here and say what I think a fair price was, but I don't have any fight in the game, and you know, this stuff's not easy to get and to work with, and you know, to facilitate. And so yeah, that you just brought up a great point. kind of transitioning this conversation, I definitely would like to talk a little bit about you facilitating psychedelic experiences. Um, as somebody who's, you know, both done a lot of ceremonies but help facilitate it, I also think it's cool to hear your perspective and kind of, you know, what goes on and on those guided retreats, so people, you know, who are considering this as a possible treatment kind of have an understanding. So can you kind of give me a step-by-step overview of a retreat or a guided session, kind of what that looks like? Maybe discuss like screening and participation readiness, setting intentions. You know, I think you
Hmm.
talked a little bit about diet, but I don't know if you guys do, you know, journaling or what type of spiritual preparation, maybe the ceremony itself, some of that stuff.
Yeah, so we kind of hit up a little bit of the dietary stuff already. Generally there is anywhere between 30 to 45 days out. Um, once we begin to identify a person that's like, okay, I feel like I want to lean into this. Then there comes coaching and mentally preparing them for it and getting down to their intentions and getting down, like understanding their history. And it becomes like in a very, and from a mental health standpoint, a very intimate space to get to know someone, because under a larger amount of medicine, there is this sometimes feeling of absence of control, and it has to be the right person. They have to feel safe with you. So there's a lot of rapport building that goes into it. And with that rapport building, we want to look at their history from mental health standpoint. We want to look at what kind of medications, if any, that they've been on, or any contraindications that they've been on, because there's certain medicines that you really need to not have in your system.
Can you explain just real quick, like contraindications of what some of those contraindications might be, just from a broad level?
Sure. Any diagnosis of schizophrenia, any diagnosis of manic depressive disorders, any diagnosis of like a bipolar 1 disorder, is sadly it's a big risk to take. And if that's the case, then there needs to be more, like a medical facility. Let's get them into like a study and see what might be out there for them. But it ends up being too much of a risk, because if you go into a psychotropic experience and then have a manic episode in that moment, they could be completely go into states of paranoia. They can, the potential, I have yet to see it, but the potential there for being triggered by something or going into a violent rant is it's there, and it's real. And so we have to vet that out and understand that. But for example, for people that are on SSRIs or antidepressants, I'm talking Zoloft, Wellbutrin, Trazpan. What's another one that's out there? It's a common one. Lexapro. Um, those things, you know, it's a big thing to ask, but those need to be flushed out of the system for a little while, for a couple weeks, because we want the body to be prepared, which means that, like, they're going to need some support along the way too. When you take away someone's SSRIs or antidepressants, well, then now some emotions and uncomfortableness is going to start to show up. Panic will start to show up. I mean, I hear this a lot with people that take Zoloft, is like this zapping, is that the long-term use of Zoloft, people coming off of that, they get these like brain zaps. Um, so we have to like go into it very, very cautiously, of course, and then you know, um, we go into it also with a level of intention. What is it you want to get out of this experience? What's been itching at you? What's been beneath the surface? What emotions have you been struggling with lately? And what are the addictions that have been showing up as a result of those emotions that you don't want to face? So, um, for some people, and we've mentioned some already, but it could be alcohol, it could be tobacco, it could be heavier drugs. And that's the other thing too. Um, like if you are, addicted to things like coke, or addicted to fentanyl or heroin, like this is not the medicine for you right now. I would say go to an ibogaine clinic and get yourself taken care of there. First, try to detox, and then maybe go to an ibogaine clinic in order to reset your opiate receptors, because that is one that works incredibly well for that, for drug withdrawal.
Yeah, and for all you guys wondering about ibogaine, we're actually flying to South America in the next month or two and interviewing the owners of a pretty well-known clinic. So stand by for that one as well.
Cool. And then there is a piece where it's not my job ever to tell someone what to believe. It's not, when we go into medicine space, it is this intimate moment that an individual gets to experience the realm that's within themselves, that's been there all along. And we have to prep them, and kind of what we talked about already. Like, you may experience emotions, you may cry, you may laugh, you may shake, you may, have a momentary breakdown, but we welcome all of it. We accept all of it. It's not that these things, we don't like to label these things as bad. It's just part of the process. And what else? The diet piece, of course. In the day of the ceremony and like 24 hours out, certainly no stimulants of any kind. We really want to check in with them on what they've been consuming. Like I mentioned earlier, eyes, ears, physiologically through the mouth. And then the day of ceremony, we spend at least an hour connecting with them. And set like words. Everybody comes, I believe we as individuals are medicine, but everybody comes with their own medicine. So like, I'll ask them, or my wife will ask them, what is the medicine you bring today? And it may be courage, or it may be love, or it may be patience. And then we ask them too, what is it that you want to, with this medicine, what is it you want to get out of this experience? And so we usually have them pick about 3 or 4 words that really, self-worth, safety, confidence, calmness, peace, understanding, clarity, that type of thing. And, and then with their permission, they voluntarily take the medicine. And it's remembering that in the state that we're in, you can grow, you can gift, you just can't sell. So we're not here selling therapies to people. People can donate to us if they want to, but we're not here to sell a therapy upon someone. And, once the medicine starts to kick in, depending on the type of medicine, there's usually either a set playlist, or my wife and I are musicians and we are with them in the room and play live music. And it's beautiful.
What role does a facilitator play in ensuring safety and maximizing like the therapeutic potentials, I guess?
Yeah, great question. There's a lot that can go into this. Responsible that you are doing your own self-work first and foremost. Because there's a lot of facilitators out there that are not doing their self-work, that are just using this as like an escapism or like an ego or sort of modernized shamanism, things like that. That needs to be dropped off at the door and left out of the room, because these medicines open you up energetically and you feel a lot that's going on around you under these medicines, and you can definitely feel that too. As far as other roles, so not only the role and responsibility of taking care of yourself, making sure that you're also, working with the medicine, but safety, you understand what to do in emergency situations, and you know how to do crisis counseling, how to, bring a person down. Sometimes it is required to use a little bit of touch, although we try to be hands off as possible. But sometimes there needs to be some touch involved just to make sure the person is grounded and feels safe. So it's learning how to touch a person appropriately in a pre-existing consensual but non-sexual space. I know people get taken advantage of, and that's a scary thing. And I think that needs to be, whoever we're choosing to work with this needs to be of right mindset and ilk, so to speak, because...
And I can't speak to that enough, right? I think that's, and sorry to interrupt. I generally try not to do that, but I think it's a great point that you bring up, because as psychedelics are becoming more prevalent, there's clinics and people popping up all over the place. And so do your research, right? If you don't know somebody down there, reach out to somebody. You know, make sure you're doing some research on where you're going. I have a friend, he knew somebody that went to an Ibogaine clinic in Costa Rica that wasn't well known. That dude ended up in a mental institution for 3 weeks. And so, you know, we're not even sure what that guy got. And my buddy ended up having to fly to Costa Rica to get him out. So, you know, there's definitely established clinics, established people. You know, we'll probably talk about that towards the end, but you know, again, do your research, folks.
Yeah, I mean, there's places I know I'm aware of in Peru, they'll add things to the brew like called tow, and tow causes even stronger hallucinogenic experiences that can be overwhelming. I mean, I've heard of people getting lost in the forest. I've heard of people running away and killing themselves because of that. And like that to me is scary. And
well, yeah, you're going down there to get healed and you end up having a more traumatic experience than the trauma that you brought.
And part of the healing process, I understand, is the journey out of your 9 to 5, is the journey of taking time off, is the gift of going down and being completely out of your element and just trusting. Like that is a piece of the journey in itself. But at the same time, there is abuse, and there is gaslighting that can sometimes be there amongst facilitators, especially ones that are not seasoned. I heard at one time of a facilitator falling asleep in the middle of a ceremony because they were doing medicine too, and I'm just like, what? When that happens, it's like, where is the love, care, and concern, and where is the level of integrity that you have with the medicine and roles and responsibilities? It's therapy to the next level.
Kind of during like ceremony support, I mean, how do you guys deal with like handling emotional releases and anxiety, physical discomfort, stuff like that?
Encourage it. It's encouraging it, and it's teaching them to lean into it. Sometimes there will be moments where they may need to take their eye mask off or open their eyes. That's just because whatever it is that's going on inside of them is too scary. And so by opening the eyes, they want to reground themselves in the physical world. But we have to keep guiding them back into, like, let's look at the source of this emotion. I know this for some people, and you see this a lot in the veteran community, is that they've never been told or taught how to deal with an emotion. You know, if you ever see guys, they're like sometimes apologizing for crying. You never have to apologize. Like I don't apologize for my laughter. Like, why should I need to apologize for my crying? Like, that is part of the human experience. We're supposed to, like, we connect through our emotions. But I also understand in an operational standpoint that when it's life or death, we have to push the emotion off to the side temporarily, but it still needs to be addressed. I mean, and I'm aware of, like, when you're running like hundreds of ops on a deployment, the level of suppression that is there without necessarily the lack of reflection, like that can lead to a very caustic effect. And then, you know, military culture, it's like, well, I don't want to deal with this, so I'm going to drink it away. Well, the drinking, we call alcohol the drug for anger. Whenever we don't want to deal with anger or sometimes sadness, we drink it, but it short circuits our liver, and then we have these massive outbursts with it. So that compartmentalization and then drinking is actually pouring gasoline on the fire, and we need a way to be able to let the steam off without going to that. But that's also a part of a cultural thing. You know, when you're coming together around alcohol, or say you get an injury, well, you just drink alcohol, make the pain go away, take a few ibuprofen, and then go on with your day. You're still just treating the symptoms, and you're not getting down to the root cause. And that is the whole point of this, is that we want to get to the root, not just suppress and continue.
Yeah, great point. What about post ceremony? Well, I guess I want to back up a little bit. So,
Yeah.
kind of just are ayahuasca and psilocybin ceremonies, obviously they're different drugs. Is there a completely different ceremony that takes place between the two of them?
I think you can treat them similarly. I I think that one is stronger than the other. And so there needs to be another level of competence that comes with ayahuasca than mushrooms. But space holding and ceremony holding, I still feel is very similar. It's about quiet, calmness. We have to go into it as facilitators. We have to go into it in a calm, serene, peaceful place because that's a tone that we want to set for the rest of the group. And then in that space, we want to try to bring everything down to like a calmness where there's not a lot of external noises or people getting up and walking around. We want to encourage staying still on the mat and doing the work. There's a couple different ways. I was taught to sit up with medicine. That's why it's called sitting with medicine. But for newbies, especially guys that, you see this a lot in the veteran community, tight hips, tight lower back, sitting up is a lot to ask. So there may be more of a lying down. But I believe that if we can start to teach people to sit more upright with the medicine, then like that really is the way to go because you're less likely to check out when you're lying on your back and going into a fetal position. You're facing the music, you're facing the medicine when you're in an upright position. That doesn't mean though, don't be compassionate, like still be compassionate on yourself. If you need to lay down, if the medicine feels overwhelming, then yes, please like relax. But, you know, we want to be as respectful to the medicine as possible. It is an offering of nature. Again, going back to the symbiotic relationship, it is an offering for us. It's considered to be sacrament. And if something's going to sacrifice itself, then we need to treat it with a level of respect back.
Great point. How many people are normally in these ceremonies? Both teachers and facilitators, as well as people getting treated?
I think that there should be caps on this in group ceremony. I mentioned that phrase before, STD, spiritually transmitted disease, but when you're in a large group of people and you have one person throwing up over here and then another person laughing and another person crying, for someone who is new to the medicine space, that can be a little bit overwhelming. And instead of doing our own work and focusing internally, we're now thinking about this other person next to us. Why isn't my journey like theirs? What are they laughing at? They're laughing at me. Like it can put you into a hyper state of sensitivity. If it was me, I think doing a ceremony one-on-one is the best way to go. To introduce someone to the medicine and to have like a facilitation team that's there that can be there. And then after maybe one or two sessions with that, going to a group. However, I also believe that there is group camaraderie that is necessary. And there is, especially among the veteran community, like there's something very beautiful about being in that space and knowing that each individual is doing their own individual work on the mat, yet they're also showing up in a loving way for everyone else. I have been to ceremonies with like 30 plus people, and that's a fucking nightmare. I have watched guardians fall asleep. I have watched, it ends up being a mess. And like, I question, this was in like my younger years with this. I question the integrity of the facilitator, the person who's like leading it. They call them curanderas or medicine woman or medicine man, curandero. I don't like to use the word shamanism in modern Western context because typically it's a lineage, and any American calling themselves a shaman, I think, is just getting into what I call spiritual materialism and getting caught into like this identity of what shamanism is. Because the way that this was done before was that the shaman took the medicine and then sat with the person, and then the shaman went into a heightened state of internal reflection and could then diagnose the person. But then we've also graduated towards giving the medicine to the people, the person, and then doing it that way.
Great
so
insight.
A lot of westernization is happening right now with the medicine. I personally think it's starting to turn too clinical. Like nature does not work in a clinical way. And so when we start to have too many beeping things and, cold rooms and monitoring, it's very hard to heal that way. The best way to do it, I've seen some down in Jamaica, and I've seen some, they're non-licensed, but I love the way they're doing it. They do them more out in nature, in yurts, in a controlled way where you have experienced elements, where you can put your feet in the ground, where you can open your eyes and see a big conifer tree, kind of more the Amazonian style. I think that is more on par with how these things should be done.
What about post ceremony integration as far as like counseling, journaling, follow up sessions? What's your
Sure. Definitely journaling afterwards. We use the word download just like you would download something from a computer, but you get a lot of internal insight. And there is, your mind gets blown and your heart gets like opened, but then it's how do I integrate this new knowledge into my life? Because I still have to go back to well, for a lot of people, it's still going back to their 9 to 5 job. It's still going back to their day-to-day grind or whatever it is. And slowly there are follow-up sessions, there's coaching sessions, there is integration groups, where facilitators lead group facilitation. What's been coming up for you? How has things been changing for you? What's some insights that you've gained? And I still receive downloads from my very first ceremony from 2016. And so that being almost 9 years now is, I think, a testament of like it takes time to integrate this stuff. And I mentioned earlier that after my very first ceremony, there was no integration. It was like, good luck. And now I think it's a little bit more robust. I think that also, especially on the psilocybin side, I feel like microdosing afterwards helps to kind of tie the ceremony together and allows you to be able to revisit it from without going into a journey again, but helps you like revisit some of the memories and revisit some of the traumas and reframing it. So there's a lot of different ways to skin an apple. I, I think that we're still learning, but I think that if we start to get too much like the current therapy model, then we're going to lose. It's going to lose its way again because nature has its own way of doing this.
It's a great point. Could you share a particularly impactful transformation you've witnessed among participants? You don't have to use their name or anything, but maybe is there a story that comes to mind? Or I know we've.
I mean, there's so many. I've heard of. I know one individual who went in with a level of dyslexia, and his dyslexia is like gone or not as present. I know people that have been able to forgive their abusers, whether it's sexual abuse or physical abuse. They've been able to not forget it, but forgive it. And I think that that's a piece, part and parcel to this, is that in the healing process, we have to acknowledge what we've done in our life. And if we've made mistakes, we have to apologize for it to break that bridge of the past. We have to ask for forgiveness, but also be forgiving to others, because every single person, everything sentient and non-sentient we interact with is conditioned within its community. And so while I don't necessarily agree with people's actions, I can understand now how they may have been conditioned to be that way. And for that, I can forgive. Gratitude, being grateful for the lesson, grateful for the past, grateful for the fact that we made it here today, to be able to reflect back and go, okay, I see where my source of trauma was. I see that I am not that, so I no longer have to identify with that. And now I can proceed forward without there being less of this heavy energy hanging over me. And I think the bottom line is love, and that's not something that's talked a lot in society. How many times on the news do you hear people talking about love? How many times a day do we say I love you, or thank you, or I appreciate you? Not enough. I feel that love is it's a birthright. It is a binder. It is a connector. It is something that we're always growing in. I think that we are so used to transactionary love. If you do this, then I'll love you. If you behave this way, then I'll love you. If you give me this, then I will love you. I think that these medicines teach us more of agape type love, a lot more nebulous type of love, rather than just a narrow vision of what love is. And I know that like love heals, absolutely 100%. And I would never have said that, like years ago. I'd be like, "Take your love,
Yeah.
like, take your love and take it somewhere else."
What are you seeing as far as, trauma healing from like veterans in the first responder community?
What I'm seeing is release. I think that sometimes you get put into situations, especially combat, where you don't know what to do and nature takes over. And I feel like you see deep release. Uh, there's stuff that some of these guys have that keeps them up at nighttime and they can't sleep. And then you're having to medicate yourself now because you're not sleeping. And one of the most important things that we need as human beings is sleep for the body's system to reset itself, for the body to recover. Um, I believe that it helps give them more insight. There is a common thread among a lot of operators and, I mean, veterans in the veteran community, but for why they joined the service in the first place. And not all, but there is a large piece that is um, struggles from childhood and youth. Uh, there are some all American people that just want to join it and have this, let's go thing. But for a vast majority of people, I've seen a lot of disheartened youth, and the military was a way to kind of create community and, help them realign themselves. And for that, I think is beautiful. But the challenge I think the military has is that there's a voluntary program called TAPS. And when I went through it, it was 2 weeks, and it was basically Figmo. I got my orders out of here. F it, I got my orders. And you don't care anymore. You just want to get out. And I think that it is a big, abrasive thing to go from this community of people in uniform where there's a deep sense of familiarity to go into the civilian life where it is different. It's not wrong, bad, or anything. I'm not saying it's that. It's just different. And so there's a whole different way now of interacting with the world than when you have a rank structure in place. And I think that it allows for a lot of vets to be able to ease, and first responders to ease into that world a little bit more when you're moving out of that community of structure.
Yeah, great point. Do you think it's healing people's post-traumatic stress? Have you seen that? Like, seen, the turnaround and the shift?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that, as always, it's not a magic pill or it's not a magic all of a sudden. I mean, for some people, yes, there is definitely like record scratch. There is a like immediate like come to God moment. And these medicines, I believe, help us understand a little better what this very large word God means, because we're so used to that understanding through, holy books and things. But it allows that, and it allows them to be able to see their part in their history, but it also allows them to see that there's a lot that was probably out of their control. And the only reason why they reacted that way was a stimulus reaction to that. You know, for some people, it started as early. I mean, there's generational trauma. We hear that word thrown around a lot, but what generational trauma is that if you have a father or mother that was abused, most likely they're trying to do better, but they still have that stuck inside of them, or they sometimes have a hopelessness about them. And that's not the child's fault. But when you have a child that is even developing in the mother, that development is part of the nervous system of that child is learning from the nervous system of the mother. So if you're in an abusive household and the mother is being abused, or if the mother is dumping drugs or, harmful chemicals into her body, your nervous system is developing off of that. It's not separate. And then when you come out into the world, now you no longer have the protection of the womb. You have full force human life. And if you're witnessing mom beating up dad or mother beating down the father, or maybe it's actually a good thing. Maybe there's more of like a loving environment. That child's nervous system is being developed based off of that environment. And if it is afflicted in any way, shape, or form, then there's going to be the repercussion. We call it the telescoping of The theory in psychology is called the telescoping of time. When you have a major traumatic event that takes place early on in your life, it affects your nervous system in such a way that it, as time goes on, like a echo, it still stays with you and still has that effect. Now, as we get older, we develop coping mechanisms, so sometimes these things roll off of us, but we learn these things early on in our development.
Hmm. It's good to know. Are you a part of any research, or have you guys been doing research or contributing to research as far as ayahuasca and psilocybin are considered?
Um, so I have been working with an incredible researcher out of UCLA. His name's Dr. Mohan Nair. And in fact, my wife and I, he wrote a book called "Making Sense of Suffering: The Use the Use of Psychedelics for Chronic Pain," and examining how psychedelics help calm the nervous system and de-escalate chronic pain with inside the physiological body. And we helped write a couple chapters for that book. Part of it was getting a bunch of reviews, and then part of it was writing about set and setting, and then also adding in our own personal experiences with psychedelics. And he um, he is a huge advocate for psychedelic therapy. He was a pain management and neuropsychology um, doctor, and I'm aware of a pilot study that was done in 2021 looking at the use of microdosing for just benefits. We were examining gut biome health, examining epigenetics. I'm familiar with epigenetics, what all
A
that
little bit.
entails, and then examining the effects of psychedelics on brain activity and microvoltage inside of the brain. And
Can you talk to the epigenetic piece, just for those people that aren't aware of it?
yeah, so you have these things called genetics, and that is basically the physiological matter that is passed down to you in your DNA. And you have, your chromosomes. But epigenetics, that is the ability to shift that and change that. And so, to a certain degree, there are some things that are in genetics that cannot be fully fixed yet, that we don't even understand quite yet. But there is a lot from an epigenetic standpoint we can fix. For instance, if your parents had poor diets, well, you're most likely getting some of those hereditary traits from them. But from an epigenetic standpoint, if you decide that you want to shift, you're now changing your epigenetics. If you start exercising more, you're shifting your epigenetics. If you're getting more sleep, you're changing your epigenetics. And so, what insurance companies have done is they use epigenetic testing to uh, basically create your rates, because with epigenetics, it gets down. I think they take 1.3 million different methylated points along a DNA strand. And based on those points, you can target when your expiration date is. And you can put into AI modeling, and if you drink, if you do tobacco, if you've had history of drug use, if you're into like dangerous, adrenaline sports, things like that, that all contributes to your epigenetic lifeline. And so what insurance companies now, from my understanding, are doing is making you take epigenetic, because they can get down as finite to the month and year that you're going to die, and they can set your rates based on
Yeah. Uh, Brecka, Gary Brecka, that's what he talked about on Sean Ryan. I think that's what he did. They've dialed that science down completely,
that.
which is cool and scary at the same time.
But there's so many things that are also like, we don't even realize it, but the things that we eat day to day are breaking down our telomeres. The telomeres are the ends of your DNA strands, and as they break down, it unravels. And then when you have what is it? Cytosis, mitosis, cellular division. Um, that ends up being multiplied over and over and over again, and then you have this denaturing of the DNA, and then eventually the cells can't do it anymore. So Going back to all of this, with epigenetic testing, as epigenetics looks at your past history, it looks at your past addictions, and basically it's a timeline, it's a fingerprint of you, and there is no one else like you. So, what we found, though, at least what the study found, anyways, was that there was a 2-year increase in lifespan on people who were working with microdosing on a more regular basis. Pretty
Yeah, we didn't
wild.
get to go into that. I think I skipped that on accident.
And it,
Can you talk to the audience about the difference between microdosing and macrodosing, and maybe even
sure.
about what a hero dose is as well?
Yeah. So there's different scales of dosing. And when we talk about a true microdose, a microdose is a sub threshold experience. So you're not looking to get high. In fact, the only thing you really might be experiencing with a microdose would be a sharpness of color, a little bit quieter mind, less reactivity. Sounds will be a little bit crisper. Um, but you can basically go on through your day-to-day life, but with a heightened awareness and also with an intention behind it. You're not, the typical thing with modern medicine is you take this pill and you just go on with your day. This is different. You're taking this, but you're taking it with intention. Like, what is it you want to get out of this, that you're working with this microdose, and what is it that you are um, aiming to achieve through working with this microdose on this particular day. So you have your microdose, which is anywhere between, if you're working with dried mushrooms, it's going to be around zero point zero 0.05 grams to 0.25 grams. And then you start to get into mini dosing, which is you're going to have a little bit more like color. You might feel a little bit more warmer in your body, or like a gooey sensation in your body, depending on the strain you're working with. But that's going to be anywhere between 0.25 and zero point 0.5, sometimes up to 0.75. We have to understand too, everybody metabolizes these things differently. And also, depending how long the strain, how long it's been sitting around, the way that it's been, like how you've been storing it, like that all plays a factor too in the psilocybin denaturing over time. But a mini dose is anywhere between 0.25 and 0.75. And with that, you can sometimes start to get a little bit of like the kaleidoscoping effect, but not a lot. We call the next one a museum dose, which is going to be anywhere between 0.75 grams upwards to 1.5, even like itching around 2 grams. And a museum dose is going to be more of a starting to experience more of that hallucinogenic, color shifting. You might start to see auras around things, around trees or around people. You might start to see odd disfigurements, or um, you definitely don't. Personally, I don't want to be out in the open if I'm doing that. I don't want to be around people. It's just overstimulating. It's like you see too much. It's best to do in the privacy of your own home, or just if you're out in nature, then it's like a quiet place in nature where you're safe. Then you start to get into therapeutic dosing, which is, 2 grams upwards to like, about 3.5 grams. And you really have to know your client. You have to know your body. And it's not something you just do haphazardly. You definitely need to have the right set and setting for that. And that's where you start to experience heavier synesthesia. You start to have layers of ego dissolution. The feeling of being out of control is there, where you're not there. You start to get these, I think, God glimpses of like moments of, wow, there is definitely something bigger outside of me and a creator level. Because if something created this outside and my eyes are closed and I'm seeing all this inside, what sort of dynamic power or ultimate force created that? So we start to experience more, I would just refer to as God-like moments. Then you get into your mega dosing, which is anywhere between 3.5 grams upwards to, you know, uh, 4.5 to 5 grams. And that's going to be heavy synesthesia, That's definitely like on your hands and knees moments and like praying to the gods. like, and then there's like 5 gram and above journeys. And I have to say, I think sometimes ego can get into this. We call it the hero's dose. I mean, back in the day, like 2.5 grams, anything above 2.5 grams was the hero's dose. But now they're trying to push the edges and limits to like how much is really necessary in order to heal. And I think that part and parcel is the ego likes to have this thing called a hero's dose. But a hero's dose is complete ego death, uh, complete disorientation, out of body experience. Sometimes it can be accompanied by purging. There is an energetic shift that takes place in the body. There's a ton of aha moments that comes with it, and yeah, complete disorientation, and you know, it's like seeing the other side.
And this is all pretty much psilocybin is what we're talking about because
This is
ayahuasca you
psilocybin.
don't really microdose.
There's people that have talked about it. I mean, there's some studies, interesting enough, right now of just doing Vine. I would not. I've been to what's called a prayer camp. I went to a place where I learned how to make it, and it was such a beautiful experience. Such a like to make your own medicine, to learn how it's cultivated, to learn how it grows, to learn how it um, all of that is such a beautiful, heart opening experience. And to make your own medicine and put that into your body is so powerful. Um, but yeah, when it comes to microdosing it, I think that there's some things that just need to be saved for ceremony. And I believe that's something that needs to be saved for ceremony.
So as far as psilocybin microdosing, is that something people do 7 days a week, 365, or I know it's different for everybody. I've heard a lot of different things.
Yeah, so when I was first getting into all of this, I mean, I didn't know any better. I was just like, okay, that's definitely not a
Yeah.
microdose. and,
Oops.
and going out into the world
Yeah.
and like, okay, I'm in for the ride for this one. And it teaches you responsibility very quickly with the medicine. And, I teach, like I said, out of my own humility of like, you'll learn your lesson very quickly if you try to do it. And it does. The medicine is a teacher. We call it a plant teacher for a reason or a fungal teacher for a reason. And, I actually microdosed for 20 months straight every single day, because that was for my own curiosity. My wife did it too. She was working with people may question responsibility around that and for understandable reasons, but I knew the medicine really, really well. It's actually, I would say, helped my relationship with my wife. It helped us connect. It helped us be able to work through some really, you and I had some talks yesterday
Hmm.
that won't go on air, but we've had some really deep conversations that very few people have, about life, about death, about our responsibility as human beings, about how to show up for each other, about chronic illness and chronic disease, about very, very personal things like my own personal experience with sexual abuse and like talking through it and really understanding how that's impacting the relationship. I think if the couples are doing it together, it can be a really beautiful relationship binder, if the people are willing to do the work. But going to your question, I I think that the answer is it depends. If you're titrating down from medications because you're just tired of being part of the medical model and all of that, and you want to empower yourself, then there may need to be a necessary time where, as you're titrating down, you need to take the medicine every single day, at a microdose level. There are people who I
Has,
highly,
has
highly,
that helped people get off
oh
SSRIs?
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's amazing when you see someone, um, a dear, dear friend of mine, who knows, he may come onto the show and talk at one point. But I watched him go from 100 milligrams of Zoloft and being depressed to, you know, no longer sleeping with a CPAC, no longer needing the medication, and then now, if he microdoses, it's kind of like now with microdosing, it's more like eating a kale salad or eating a salad for like your own health benefit. But, we're talking about from a psilocybin standpoint and mushroom, where it's a food. And um, Paul Stamets, who I would love to meet one day, but he is sort of like the leading mycologist in the world around mushrooms, and he's doing all sorts of um, amazing work with nootropic mushrooms, not just not so much with psilocybin, although he does subscribe to it. But when it comes to microdosing, 4 days on, 3 days off, that's what his studies showed. And mainly just because there's this idea and theory around serotonin syndrome, that we don't want you to have this dump of serotonin inside of your body because it may lead to depression. Personally speaking, I have not experienced that, but that's me. Um, and I've gone off it for months on end and then come back to it. So, but that's me. There's Dr. Fadiman's method, which is 5 days on, 2 days off. I think if we're really working with the medicine, then we want to see how we are on it, and we want to see how we are off of it, and kind of oscillating between on and off, and then utilizing it as such. But all through the while, we're still journaling. We have maybe some journaling prompts. We're doing the internal work. It's never just taking it and then checking out.
Awesome. Great insight. Yeah, kind of next transition is, you're a board member of the Coming Home Project,
Mm-hmm.
helping veterans and first responders access plant medicine therapy.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get involved, and what's the project's core mission?
So I got involved because another area of interest and study for me is the gut biome. And the gut biome, we've talked a little bit about it already, but it's where a lot of dis-ease and health people struggle with. And if you have dysbiosis or an imbalance in the gut biome bacteria, then you're going to have, if this isn't working right, well, this is metabolizing and breaking everything down. So you can't expect the rest of the system to work right if what we're putting into it's not good and out of balance. So I got into it through working with a company called Phenobiome, whose CEO is Didier Perez, amazing human being, and the work that he's doing in creating precision supplements that are targeting issues inside of the gut and imbalances inside of the gut. I mean, most people don't realize it, but there's over 3,000 different species of bacteria that thrive inside of the human gut. And so this all plays a part because of the gut-brain axis. And psilocybin and all of these other psychedelics don't really work if you're taking it orally if we have an imbalance inside of our gut. So right now, Phenobiome, they are on the cutting edge and leaning edge of AI technology and modeling of the gut biome and these interactions of the bacteria. And I fell into it through that. I fell into it through a company called Genetic Direction that does amazing gut biome testing through fecal tests and looking at what sort of bacteria are found inside of the gut biome and out of balances that coexist there. Another gentleman, Bill Fisher, he's been deeply involved in the gut biome space for like his career over 20 plus years. And that all led to another gentleman by the name of Ian O'Sullivan. And Ian O'Sullivan was creating all of these like amazing tinctures and formulas and gifting it with psilocybin. And it's through all of these different people that you just get to know, and then there's a trust factor that's there, and they know that you're doing it out of benevolence, not out of greed or selfishness, but they see you for how you are. Like, I just want people to heal. I'm tired of looking at reports of soldiers killing themselves. And so I got invited into the Coming Home Project, which is run by Nate Brown. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, ex-agent, the CIA, firefighter, paramedic, heart of gold. I mean, just an absolutely beautiful human being that had to go through his own suffering, as we all did, but had an experience himself with these medicines, and now is dedicating his life to helping individuals, first responders, and veterans. And so, what the Coming Home Project does is heal the warrior, heal the tribe, heal the world. Veterans, I know that, we do get a lot of, press and attention, but for the things and niceties that we have and the consumerism that we have in this world, well, someone is fighting for it and someone is paying a cost of their life and livelihood. And while they do get their pay and, they do get, medical and things like that, there is a life that's at hand here. And when you go to war, when you go fight, or if it's more of a first responder, when you're fighting for someone's life and protecting the community, um, there's a level of PTSD that comes from it. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, every firefighter's probably experienced some meth head coding in a bathtub or in a room or walking into a place and like breaking up a um, domestic violence case, or like watching. You were just sharing with me, like watching someone blow their brains out. These are things that once they happen, there's their image stuck inside of your head, and that affects you, and it affects you deeply, because one misstrayed bullet, instead of the person pointing the gun towards themselves, that could be at you. Or if you have been fired at, that is like your nervous system is on. And so there's a level of healing there. And there's another piece to this that I think is not discussed, but when you go to war for 9 months, sometimes even longer, I mean, at one point they were doing like year-long deployments. I don't know if you knew this, but back in World War II, I think you only did like one deployment and then that was it. Now we're in this like thing of like multiple deployments going on. And when you're gone for 9 months and you're married or away from your family, your baby girl or son is growing and changing. You're going through one experience over here while the partner, whether it is a husband or wife, is at the homestead now, or dealing with family life stuff. And so there is a deep disconnect between what is taking place in the battlefield and theater versus what's taking place in the home front. And so, because of that, there is like when the warrior comes home, there is just like a complete like disconnect of, you know, experience. And no, I'm not here to say one's right or wrong. It's the disconnect that needs to be mended. And a lot of it is just the suppressed feelings and emotion that the warriors experienced. And also the suppressed stuff that the house spouse is because she doesn't, or he doesn't want to interfere with the life duties of what's going on over here. When you haven't talked to someone for 2 weeks at a time because you don't have any kind of signal, or, I know that you've been there. It's really, really hard on a relationship, and it takes a tough as nuts partner to be able to like hang in there with that and to see through that and to really see you at the heart of it.
Yeah, I remember when I'd come home from combat tours, my wife has, we had kids, and, they've had to live this whole life without you and learn how to function without you. And then you come home and there's this, I don't know if it's animosity, but it's, there's this thing where it's like, hey, you've been gone. And then you try to get in the routine and you end up screwing up the routine. And it's, man, transitions leaving and coming home are always hard.
Super hard. And then there's the expectations that's there. You haven't seen the person for a long time, so then there's like a whole recommuning that takes place, and misconnection happens there. And I don't discount the fact that like we're human beings too, and I know people are married, but I also understand like people's eyes stray. Like when you don't have someone to sleep next to, and I know that people make vows, but and I'm not making excuses for people. I just understand that humanism takes over, and when you're not feeling emotionally supported, then you may be going to something to feel that. Or if you're not getting physically, physical touch, because that's some people's love language, then you may be searching for that outside. And unfortunately, if you didn't have parents that talked about this stuff, or if your conditioning was lacking in that area, well, of course, these things are going to show up in a relationship. And I feel that there needs to be more advocacy around that, that for the soldier, and money put towards programs that encourage the soldier to not look at themselves as broken, but rather know, like, this is just a part of war.
Yeah. The Coming Home Project, it's a nonprofit. Were you approached, or did you seek it out, or how did you end up finding or connecting and then ultimately becoming a board member?
I had become aware of the Coming Home Project in 2022, and I didn't really know my place with it, honestly, because I'm not a SOF. I'm not an operator. I just have a very deep personal interest in psychedelic assisted therapy and positive utility for it to help heal the veteran, which includes the SOF community. And I knew that I wanted to work with veterans in some capacity, and um, you know, some things just fall in your lap and you don't realize it for what it is, but it was a synchronicity that took place that just made sense. And, Nate and I off the bat clicked. And there's another gentleman who is a civilian, Taylor Massey. He's involved with a lot of in golfing, and he was an advocate for me and just loved my energy, I guess. And he called me in as well. And yeah, ever since it's been all about how can we raise money to get help, because at a federal level this stuff is looked at as illegal, and state by state it's all different. Now the fortunate part is there is carve outs in states for decriminalization, and also based on indigenous lands, you can perform these ceremonies in spaces. There are spaces like the Santo Daime Church, which is an offshoot of Catholic Christianity that uses daime, or they call ayahuasca daime, to use as a ceremonial sacrament. And, there are places also out of country that can be utilized too for the veteran. But ultimately, it's about raising funds into raise positive awareness. You can go on Instagram and see all these amazing, beautiful stories under the Coming Home Project, at the Coming Home Project, of veterans giving real account stories of life-changing experiences they had with the medicine. And they're not just running around with their heads cocked off and stuff. Like, these are people that are still serving their communities. So again, it's about highlighting this medicine is providing positive benefit to our world and to these men and women's lives. And they
Uh,
also have spousal support too, where we raise money for spouses to be able to go to these ceremonies, because it's not just the person that experienced the PTSD from the war. There's another half to that if they're married, and they experience another different type of PTSD that comes with that. And so having them be able to receive help and support under the guise of plant medicine, that's an amazing thing.
so what does that facilitation look like? I mean, obviously there's two aspects to the nonprofit, right? The raising money, and then actually the veteran support. Do veterans just reach out to you and then like kind of assessment is made, or how does that process work?
Yeah, veterans reach out, that are aware or curious about this, and then we put them into a pipeline of awareness around how it all goes down. We have lots of education time. We have questions and answers, and try to provide as much insight. Everything that you're doing, like, I don't know how long we've been on now, but I mean, everything that we talked about, each and every person gets something like that, because we want them to know full board, the ups, downs, contraindications. We don't want it to be an at-risk type thing.
That's awesome. How can people support this nonprofit?
They can donate money. If you go to thecominghomeproject.org online, there's a donation button. We have different levels of donators. There's like basic level of $25. There's, I think, 200, 500. You can pay for someone's journey, which is, I think, it's like $900 for a personal journey for an individual. You can pay for the whole group, and that's like $17,000, but it'll pay for a whole group ceremony where you're taking care of a bunch of veterans that have needed support.
Yeah, that's awesome for those folks
but
out there that own a company, or that have always talked about wanting to help veterans. I mean, this is a phenomenal way where your money goes straight to, and I know there's other nonprofits out there, but this one I can definitely attest to. And so, yeah, anybody out there that's listening that owns a business, I mean, look, you get tax write-offs for donating to a 501c3, and so you can either give it to the government and they can use it to fund Sesame Street in Iraq,
Mm-hmm.
or you can give it to an actual nonprofit that's going to use your money.
Yeah, and where we're at right now, we have just some amazing people in our group that are working with us, from like ex-Top Gun pilots to, um, program managers to, you know, individuals that are getting their psychotherapy degrees. They're ex-Rangers, and um, we have a whole list on our website of who's involved. Um, but the intention and the heart behind this organization, like, no one gets paid. Like, I'm not paid for this work. I do it because I love it, and I do it because maybe one day, hopefully, we can grow into a place where we can all get paid. But the point is to serve outside of ourselves. It's the continuation of service. In the Air Force, what is it? Integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. Well, when your time in uniform is done in service, there is still a community of people that you can still serve. And part of, I believe, this lifetime is about giving back and serving those that are in just as much need.
That's awesome. That's a pretty poetic way to put it. Why do you think psychedelics often resonate so deeply with veterans dealing with PTSD, physical injury, moral injury, and even survivor's guilt?
Um, this is where my guest work comes in. My best guest work is that there's something about going natural. Uh, there's something that is tribal about this. There's something about healing in community. A lot of the time, like, people are trying to heal in privacy and heal away from everything. And I have a saying, and it's community is immunity. And when we can create healthy communities, there is a ripple effect that takes place in that. And I think before we talked about the stigma, there was, because of negative stigma around psychedelics, that there was this, like, you're going to be out of control or whatever it is. But now that we're shedding more light on it, we're starting to break through that scaredness of it. And we're starting to see it as a real option for people that has long lasting effects, where you're not having to take a medicine every single day, but you have this ceremony where you are opened up, where you recognize, and we've said it before, but you're worthy, that you're enough, that, you know, people have these come to God or come to Jesus like moments that, they understand the words in their holy books at a whole different level and what that means. And I believe it's the revelation and insight about who they are and their purpose in this world is why it resonates with them so much.
Yeah, you talk about community. I call it something different, but I think we're speaking of the same thing. I call it tribe. I think guys get out of the military, and even, I know a lot of guys go, from the military into law enforcement or become a first responder because they're still trying to find that same type of that tribe. And, I think tribe is powerful. You see it a lot in the jiu-jitsu community. You see it in the military community. And I even think you're starting to see it like in the psychedelic community when you have these shared experiences, even shared suffering. Because, I mean, let's be honest, when you're doing an ayahuasca ceremony or a psilocybin ceremony or an ibogaine, there is some suffering that you have to go through to reach that breaking point to get that healing. And I think I've watched people talk, people that have both experienced psychedelics, and it's almost like watching two Marines get in the building. They have this shared common ground and this shared suffering. And, so I call it Tribe. Sebastian Junger wrote a book called Tribe. And, it's just, I think we get away from that. And I think, I actually talk about this on the last podcast we had too. People they get out of the military where they have this tribe and this team and this group and this mission. And then, they're at home by themselves. You know what I mean? They don't reach out to people. They're trying to heal in silence. And then, they have this echo chamber in their head of I'm all alone. Nobody can help me. And then I think that's how suicide starts creeping in the door. Cause they think, I'm on an island. The world's better off without me, et cetera, et cetera. And, it's all a lie. It's all a total lie. And I think, when you find that tribe, be it however, man, jujitsu, reaching out to people in your community, your church, these psychedelic retreats, you build that tribe. I know we were talking last night and you're on like, group chats with people that you've had, or that you've led through, and you get to see this thing. And, Greg talked about it on the last podcast as well. He's in a group chat of some folks that he went, to Jamaica to do psilocybin. They still talk and they still share these experiences. And so I think that's important. And I find that, that the psychedelic community, healing, going through that trauma, healing from that trauma, whatever it is, and everybody's got different stuff, but that shared suffering, forms a good base of a bond.
Yeah, that trauma bonding.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's awesome, man. I know we've covered some ground. Let's just take one last break if you're cool with that.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool, man. Coming back from the break, I know we just finished up talking about the nonprofit, the We Come Home, which is super awesome. I hope you guys continue to get funding for that. I know it's important and it costs money, and hopefully we can find some philanthropists or some generous donors out there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We've talked a lot about psychedelics, and kind of, what roles they play in helping to heal trauma and, helping, but, you and I have discussed at length, especially off camera, it's not the be all end all, and it's not the only thing, and it's not the only thing that people should be doing. It's not the red pill, blue pill. There's still work to be done. Can you kind of talk, about some of the other, things that have helped or that can help or that people can look into to continue to, their healing journey?
Yeah, healing is nonlinear, and healing isn't always this straight line process. Healing involves ups and downs, and sometimes you got to step back a little bit and reframe, and then continue forward again, kind of like you're, some respects, bushwhacking through you're carving your own trail. And the other piece of this too is that your healing journey is not going to be like my healing journey. There are a lot of guideposts along the way, but there is no cookie cutter healing. And unfortunately, that is the way that modern medicine wants to try to treat healing, is that here's the box you're in, and these are the things that are available for you. And really, there are a lot of different mindfulness techniques that I believe that are out there and know that are out there. One that called me strongly, and it's not everybody's cup of tea, but was yoga. Understanding, how I was taking care of myself. Was I hurting myself? Was I lying to myself? Was I stealing? Was I, putting my energy places that didn't need it to be? Was I attached to things? That's one piece of yoga. Another piece of yoga is looking at, am I content? What does my self-discipline practices look like? Was I taking care of myself physiologically, mentally, emotionally? Was I studying myself? And also, was I leaning into my understanding of God? So, I mean, that's what a lot of yoga is, breath work, like learning to connect with my breath. The average person breathes anywhere between 16 to 18 times per minute, which is an extremely erratic breath. There's a great book out there. Some people like it, some people don't. It really resonated with me, but it was by James Nestor, called Breathe, the Art and, I think it's called Breathe, the Art and Science of Breathing, or something like that. I forget the full title of it, but read the book years ago, and like, really, we should be breathing like 5, maybe 6 times per minute. But there's a direct correlation between fast thoughts and fast breathing. And when our thoughts are just like squirrel, 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 like jumping around everywhere, and we're anxious, future tripping, and thinking about the past, well, our breath is going to go with that as well, too. If we're eating improperly and we have high blood pressure, our breath is going to go with that as well. And additionally, on top of that, I mean, I know that this is a sensitive topic, and I don't really want to dive too deep into it, but with all the mask wearing, before COVID, I think right around 25% of the population was mouth breathers. And then being forced to wear a mask over your face on a regular basis, having pressure on the bridge of your nose, forced a lot of people to breathe through their mouths. So the body's not meant to breathe through the mouth. We're meant to breathe through our nose. If you look at other animals in the animal kingdom, the only reason why they breathe through their mouth is for cooling their body down. But that also, part and parcel, was contributor to faster breathing and higher anxiety. So I certainly recommend breath work. I recommend leaning into gentle yoga, not just getting into like hard classes, but go into like a restorative yoga class and go to a bunch of different classes. Don't just stick with one instructor. I believe things like Tai Chi, Qigong, where we slow down and we start to do these repetitive movements over and over and over again through full range of motion is very powerful. I believe, and you have one in your room, hyperbaric chamber treatment, where you're breathing pure oxygen at at atmospheres. There are studies done out there that demonstrate cellular repair, detoxification, um, cryotherapy is another powerful one. Um, Using cold therapy, even ice plunges, as a tool to learn to control your breath, to turn the body's autoimmune system on in such a way that it helps to fight off disease. There is,
I use cold therapy a lot, man. I mean, you want to force yourself into
Mhm.
a meditative state, get in 39 or 40-degree water. I
Mhm.
mean, I literally, it forces myself to box breathe for me to be able to stay in there for 2 minutes, which changes my whole, central nervous system and slows everything down.
Mhm.
And then I think I read a study that, like, you can do a hit of cocaine and it, releases dopamine or serotonin for like 45 minutes, but I think 2 minutes in a cold bath, you're releasing serotonin or dopamine for like anywhere from 2 to 4 hours afterwards. So
Mhm.
that's pretty cool. Just, getting in cold water.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Wim Hof, the Wim Hof method. A dear friend of mine, Kevin Rainey, he's a Air Force Academy grad. He just got his certification in Wim Hof, and he's a gentleman that got off his CPAC breathing device. There are ways that if we choose to lean into the practices, we can unhook ourselves from this Western medical system and regain our power back. I'm a big believer in fasting, whether it's intermittent fasting or sometimes doing longer fasts. My wife is incredible in her knowledge with it. But as you start to get into like water fasts of 48 hours, and we'll talk a little bit more detail about this, but we start to go into autophagy, which is where your body starts to clear out its system. One thing that's unique about humans versus any other animal in the animal kingdom is that we eat like three, sometimes more meals a day. We're constantly eating, so the body never has a chance to fully repair itself because it's always putting its energy towards the digestion process. Um, and we need to have these breaks. I mean, when you look at other animals in the animal kingdom, like look at a lion, a lion, eats only every 3 to 5 days. Crocodile, same thing. Snakes, same thing. They're not always on the hunt all the time. But for us, we're in this constantly graze state. And part of it also is the commercialization of food and like constantly stimulating us. I mean, there's a whole psychology around food psychology, color, sounds, all of it. But we get caught up in that. And then how much of your day is spent about thinking about the next meal? You know? So when your body starts to go into these autophagy states, it clears out all the unhealthy cells. And people with cancer, put them on a fasting. I mean, yes, there's definitely like measures to do it, and there's great instructors out there. My wife being one of them, super knowledgeable. But even for women, like perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, where there's these hormones that start to shift, like learning to eat. I was talking with your wife about this last night, but learning to eat based on your hormonal cycle. Why aren't we teaching this stuff to kids in school? Why aren't we teaching kids about their bodies? We're just teaching kids, oh, here's a quick fix to your problem, rather than teaching them how to build their immune system up naturally. I'm not about quick fixes. If we want to create a strong society and a strong foundation, it's not just about here, do this and make it go away. It's about let's really develop a deeper understanding. So there's fasting. There is, uh, spending time in nature. It's a very basic one. I mean, Canada, Japan, they have prescriptions to national parks to go out into nature and be with nature. There is a natural reset that takes place when we're breathing in all of the different pheromones from Mother Nature, and we're getting the brilliancy of the colors of nature. Then, of course, there is. I don't like to call it dieting. I think that word diet is thrown around too much, but definitely lifestyle changes around food and introspection around what it is that we're consuming. That's a huge piece of the healing process that is underlooked or overlooked. Um, there is, Aaron Rodgers did this,
Just saw his documentary the other day.
yeah, complete blackout therapy where you go into, and they have some up in Oregon where you basically is 100% darkness for I think 5 upwards to 7 days, maybe it's 10 days, I forget, but where you just have absence of stimulation. And it's amazing what happens to the body when you aren't stimulated. Now, obviously, that takes a lot of trust, you know,
Yeah.
um, but there is a lot that takes place at a psychological level when you have an absence of that stimulus. So that's another one. Of course, I didn't have a very good experience with it, but I know that there's great practitioners out there. Reiki is one that individuals can use. I had one that it just was not a good experience at all. But that doesn't mean, to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that there's a lot of great Reiki practitioners out there. Getting on like a regular massage therapy, see an acupuncturist. I mean, there's so many different, a rolfer, that's another type of massage, but there's myofascial release. There's a lot of different therapies I think people should try and lean into and not just be dependent upon the substance itself.
Yeah, that's a great
Thanks for
point.
listening, by the way. I know that was a lot.
No, but that's what people need to hear, right? Like, it's not, there is no, I've been saying this in the last couple podcasts. There's no quick fix, right?
No quick fix.
And, I hate to say it, but nobody's coming to save you, dude. You got to save yourself. You have to reach out. There's people that can help you. You've talked a lot about facilitating and helping, but it starts with you. Like, nobody's, if you're out there struggling, nobody's knocking on your door today to say, hey, I'm here to save you. You got to, take the first step. Reach out, be willing, and that's another thing too. Like, if you're struggling with addiction or alcohol, but you're not willing to give it up, or you don't want to give it up, then you're your own problem. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to take that first step, realize you have an issue, reach out, do the work. I think we've talked a lot about that. You gotta do the work. And then, there's all these other things that you can explore. I mean, God, people spend hours a day on social media or watching mindless news or mindless TV. Take an hour or two that you waste on scrolling Instagram or watching TV and read a book or watch a documentary, or, seek out information that will make you a better human, that will make you feel better. And then, heal as you heal your body, you heal your mind as well. Anyway,
Absolutely.
That kind of just brings me to my next thing. And I think this is, the next level. It's a little bit a higher level of conversation, but it's something that I'm definitely interested in is, we start talking about the nature of consciousness, right? And I just wanted to ask, how have your experiences informed your sense of what consciousness is and how it transcends the material world?
Big question. I have had a lot of great teachers, both alive and dead, that I've studied, that I believe you can still be a teacher even past, even when you're not physically embodied anymore. And I
think Jesus would agree to that.
Yeah, one of many teachers that I think there's a lot of misunderstanding in modern culture, and there's a lot of mistranslations in modern culture, and there's a lot of control through philosophy in modern culture. And I feel it's important, these medicines, of course, but I think it's important to do our own deep dive in our own understanding and do the sniff test with it. Some of my very favorite teachers, J.D. Krishnamurti, Parahimsa Yogananda. These are more Eastern teachers, but Alan Watts, brilliant. He was a preacher. Understood Zen Buddhism, understood Taoism and Taoism and Eastern philosophy, and he made studying theology fun, because when you're just kind of like reading course textbooks, it's like, oh. But he made studying this stuff fun, and he also like poked a lot of fun at our own human condition about how we take this life way too serious. Baba Ram Das, Dr. Richard Alpert, Harvard professor, Berkeley adjunct professor, worked at Stanford. He was a huge influence on me. I learned about him through my mom. My mom was a bit of a devotee of his, and just talk about a loving human being that just wanted to be understood, but also spoke so articulately about the human condition. And he made it fun too to look at what is this thing that we call consciousness and what is unconscious. And, really consciousness is what we're aware of. And then there is what we're not aware of. Another one of my favorite teachers is Ramana Maharshi. And he really brought this understanding of ego into, like, what is the ego and who is this I? When David, I say I, that I is a loaded word. Who is this I? And did a lot of studying around Ramana Maharshi's work because, if we can understand who this I is, we can understand how that I has been controlling us. When I say I am hungry, when I say I am tired, when I say I am this or I am that, and we understand who really that I is and what's condensed down into that I, we can see how that I also has addictions, has, a lot of afflictions, but it also brings some clarity to it. And in the nature of consciousness, I think that it's a never expanding thing. I think consciousness is interconnected. I think there's shared consciousness. There's sort of how AI technology uses and reaches a bunch of different things out there. Very much the same when it comes to human consciousness. We can share things both verbally and we can share things non-verbally. I have some alive teachers today that I still look up to. Dr. Patricia Wynne Jones, she's a dear friend of mine. She really actually was one of the fire starters for me to start examining, this whole shift in myself. She was a pain management doctor. She was a neonatology pain management doctor. So she was working with women who were pregnant and going into was it in utero, and examining, pain from a level that most people can't even comprehend. And she walked me down the aisle in my wedding, and she's just a huge, wonderful, beloved human being. There's another lady, her name is Sarah Lee. I lived with her for a while, and she acted as an earth mother for me. And she was a huge guiding point to, like, questioning me around consciousness. And we'd have these deep conversations nightly about, purpose and what is purpose and what causes purpose and, why are we really here, embodied in form as humans. So
It's a great,
yeah.
that was a great level. It was a very high level discussion. That was cool. Thank you. And kind of in talking about plant medicine traditions like ayahuasca in the Amazon and how it intersects with Western religious or spiritual systems, how do you see indigenous wisdom coexisting with modern science?
I think my feelings is that, indigenous wisdom didn't require money. It didn't ask. It was always about giving back to nature again. Once I get this insight, how can I now give back to what gave me this insight rather than, I'm going to go buy a new Ferrari or I'm going to go, this or that. Indigenous wisdom, there was a deeper level of connectivity to our own nature in this realization that we're going to go back to nature. So knowing that we're going to go back to nature at a physiological level, then we need to treat our bodies like a seed that we're going to be planting. We need to feed it right. We need to treat it right. They have their medicine wheel where they have the warrior, the healer, the teacher, and the visionary. And we have these arcs as human beings. I mean, my arc came in as the warrior. I was born into a warrior class family of military. And then my mom started the arc of healing for us in my family unit. So then I've gone through the healing practice, and healing's ongoing. I think that we go through healing to the day that we transition into whatever's next after this life. But once we start to get the deeper understanding of healing, then it's about teaching it. It's not about just compartmentalizing it, but it's about, okay, I know what worked for me. And these are the different sets of tools that I have now available to give as an offering to other people. So now, how can I teach that in a way and articulate it in a way that can be accepted and received, and hopefully help other people? And then finally, we take that and we move over to the visionary, where what is our bigger vision of tomorrow? What is the vision of, healing and medicine in the future? And how is that supposed to look that is, less ego driven and less focused on the monetary gains. I mean, perfect example. I knew a lot of folks that had a lot of money, and look at the Palisades fire that just took place. And all of that is, I'm not trying to bring up something like dark, but the fact is like I know a lot of people that worked so hard for their physical things and the things that they had, and now that it's gone, it's like, okay, there has to be something more than just these physical things that we're doing this life for. That there has to be something much more than that. And I know that right now there's a big time of struggle and sadness, and for those of us that didn't go through it, well, how can we show up for them? How can we show up and be more present? And it's not going to be through giving them medications. It's going to be through our presence. It's going to be through the self-work that we do every single day through the meditating or whatever it is. So I'm not showing up with afflictions, and I can be as present as possible for individuals that are going through their individual suffering. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think, I had a kind of epiphany in my own life. You spend your whole life chasing money, and this kind of goes to your point of people holding on to things, right? You work hard, and it's the next promotion, the next, step up increase, the next job, the next whatever, to get more money, to get more things. And then at some point you have this epiphany and you realize it's time. Time is what's fleeting. We only have so much time. We're all dying, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Trump, and anybody, they only have 24 hours in a day. That's it. We all have the same amount of time. And it's like, once you kind of start looking at that, through the lens of time is your most valuable commodity and not money, it'll change the way you think. And I think a lot of people have that twisted, and, some people never figure it out. They're so, beholden to their possessions and to their things and nice cars and nice homes. And look, everybody likes that stuff. I'm not saying that stuff's irrelevant, and money makes the world go round and we need money to survive. But when you start looking at the lens of time being your most valuable commodity and not money, it'll definitely,
you can't get it back.
Yeah, exactly. 100%, man. Especially those of us that, that have kids, when you realize that, your kids are going to leave home eventually, it's like, it's an eye opening, we waste a lot of time, I think. And once you're aware of that, you can definitely take steps to be more present. And I think, ultimately that's what this conversation's about, right? Healing your trauma, be that through all the different modalities that you just discussed, or, doing that in coordination with psychedelics that we spent a long time talk to heal, to be the best version of yourself, to be the best, for me, the best husband, the best friend, the best father, the best person, the best neighbor. I don't think we emphasize that enough, right? And I think doing all those things in coordination, with all these things that we've different talked about, whether, you do psychedelics or you don't, whether you get so involved in yoga, maybe you don't need psychedelics, but I think it's healing, however you need to heal. Some people need it more than others. Some people haven't had a tough life, and that's okay. It's not their fault. But for those of us that have been through, whatever trauma that is, and I tell people all the time, there's this misconception that you got to go to war to be traumatized. That's a total fallacy, man.
Total fallacy.
I mean, there's plenty of people that come from broken homes, have experienced disaster, loss of a parent or both, grew up in foster care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all trauma, especially in your early formative years. So I kind of got lost in my thoughts, but
it's okay.
Just kind of circling all this back around on what it's all about. It's about healing and all these and understanding, understanding a higher level of consciousness and how can that help you and how it all plays a role. Have you had any profound realizations about your life's mission or humanity's collective path during some of your ceremonies?
I've had so many moments of clarity. The biggest one that I've had is that it's not about me. I mean, there's a meanness that's about like I have to take care of this body. It's my body is my responsibility, and I have to make very educated and very clear decisions on what to do with it if I want to choose longevity. There is very clear revelations about how, even speaking to myself in a negative way, I don't talk to myself negatively anymore. I stop that. I don't call myself stupid or dumb, or I don't call myself like bad names like I used to. because there's a saying like thoughts have spells. Abracadabra means as I speak, I create. And, our thoughts, I believe every single one of our cells has a consciousness. It's a life form. And it's
That's
all,
why they call it spelling, because
yeah,
words cast spells.
exactly. And, and our body is animated by our thoughts. And if I have negative thoughts about myself, that goes to an attachment of a behavior or an action that could lead to causing harm. And I'm all about doing as least harm as possible. And so it's given me a lot of clarity about how I've been hurting myself through my choices. It's given me a lot of clarity around past relationships and why relationships didn't work out. And there's a great book by Zonkabat Zen called "Wherever You Go, There You Are." And the lowest common denominator of any given moment is where you stand in that, or where I stand in that moment, and what is looking out of these eyes. And if I am become more and more aware of where that is, where I choose to position myself, what I choose to say yes to, and saying yes to myself first and foremost, then there is, I know that all of these synchronicities start to take place. Like I lean on my creator and understanding of it, like all the time. It's a trust process that these things that come up are happening for a reason. They're happening as a lesson for me. They're not happening to me like I'm a victim, but they're happening as a way to help me grow. I look at all instances in my life, even the dark, dirty ones and the ones that were uncomfortable, as opportunity and invitation to lean in. Even when, like my wife and I mean, we're in a loving marriage, but it doesn't mean we don't have disagreements. But I understand that those disagreements are opportunities to grow and to grow with her. And maybe they're not even about me. Maybe that's about where she's at, and I need to lean into that and understand how to talk differently, or talk in a way, not out of manipulation, but in a way that our hearts are now working together. And I think that's what's so beautiful, is that when her heart is aligned and my heart are aligned, and we're working together in something, whatever it's on, with a person, with a client, with coaching, or just with our children, not just with our children, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There is this beauty that flourishes from it because our hearts are full, and we're operating from that full place. And another one that comes up is a lot of people operate from an empty cup, and it's like you're basically giving everyone you're dirty when you're operating from an empty cup. And people can feel that when you're tired, when you're exhausted. They can see the irritation. They can see how you want to get out of that moment, how like they don't feel important anymore. They don't feel special. That connection is lost. And so when we're doing our work, we should be asking ourselves regularly, am I functioning from a full cup? I want people to feel the love that's overflowing because I'm so full of it. Not full of shit, but full of love. I want people to feel like that, and they're going to feel what they feel. Of course, they're going to feel wherever they have their block. I get it, but it doesn't matter. As long as I know that I'm doing the best that I can to show up with an overflowing cup, then everybody else gets to benefit from that.
That's amazing. What a great. Yeah, I read this quote not that long ago, and it's it pretty much said, when you journey inward deeply enough, you realize our fundamental connections, no matter our background, uniform, or belief system. I thought that was pretty powerful.
Yeah.
I just have a couple more questions. I might just rapid fire at you real quick before we close out. I know this was kind of a long one, but man, we've really journeyed across some metaphorical mountains, and it's been just it's been an adventure, man. I've really kind of been hanging on every topic.
Me too.
What do you think one of the biggest misconceptions about ayahuasca is?
One of the biggest misconceptions of ayahuasca, a lot of people, they go into it scared. They go into it fearful. And I understand why, and I get it. But I would say let's reframe that. This is like a beautiful opportunity to be self-introspective and to embrace what comes up. The way I like to teach with ayahuasca is that you're welcoming it. Your emotions are a gift, not something to push away. So welcome your gifts, even your thoughts. Your thoughts are like strangers coming into your own little internal mausoleum, your own internal, sanctuary. So, invite them in. understand why they're residing there. It's an opportunity to see what's on your mind, what's been on your heart. Where is the disconnect between here and here been for all these years? And where is that showing up in how you speak to people and how you articulate and talk to people, your tone of voice? It's all interconnected. And so, there's the misconception is that, oh my God, I'm going to throw up. I mean, I've seen people like laugh the whole time through their ceremony. I've seen people cry in tears of joy through their ceremony. I have seen people with ayahuasca. I have kind of seen the whole gambit, but the big thing is like, let's talk about the fears, and you don't have to go into it scared. Nothing about your core values as a person changes. Like your core is your core, and everybody's core is very, very similar, more similar than I think. But because we've been conditioned, there's some scary stuff that may be there that may have happened in our past. And yes, that may show up, but that's not you. It's not you anymore. It's just, you know, it's like just a layer that needs to be shed. Snakes don't crawl back into their own skin once they shed them. And you know what? We're about, ayahuasca is about shedding this old skin that's not us.
So that's a great point. What's your advice to someone who's curious but scared about trying psychedelics?
Educate yourself, reach out, call us. And if I don't have answers and I don't have all the answers, I'll put you in contact with someone that does. I mean, the thing that's beautiful about this is the networks that it builds. I may not be the right facilitator or integrator for someone based on my personal experience, or because I'm a man, or because, what my choice of whatever, but I know people that I can put you in contact with that might have answers that might make you feel safer. Could you ask the question one more time, just because I think I missed
Yeah.
the part?
What advice to someone who's curious but scared about trying psychedelics?
Yeah, education first and foremost. Check out Maps. I mean, Maps is a great resource, for it. Their website, I think they're a multi-billion-dollar nonprofit now because they've had so many donations. And I would say that's a great place to look at. Theirs is more focused on MDMA therapies, but I also know that all the folks in there have dabbled and worked in the psychedelic space across the board. But educate yourself as much as possible, and then interview a few people. Like, if you feel like bad juju from a potential facilitator or whatever, then talk to someone else. Like, it's okay to get a second opinion or third opinion, but it's best to feel safe and good going into it. So that way you can get the most out of it. Otherwise you might just be shucking out a bunch of money that, can't get back.
What about, do you think that psychedelics are the next frontier for mental health?
Yes. 100%. Yes. I think that this old paradigm of how we've been treating, there's other treatment modalities out there like Merck and TMS and, tapping. And I think those are all great therapies as well. I don't discount them. They are Medicare approved and, approved through, our current agencies, but I believe it is going to be the future of medicine. Absolutely.
That's awesome. What's one daily habit that you believe can help people improve mental clarity?
One daily habit to improve mental clarity. Stop looking at your phone first thing in the morning.
Amen, man.
Like, don't just pick it up and start scrolling. Put it aside.
That's a great point. And then my last question is, what's your best resource or a book to learn more about plant medicines? I know there's a ton of them, but do you have one off the top of your head?
Oh, man. I have like a whole library of books on them. There's a Psilocybin Bible, which is great. It talks all about psilocybin. So funny. I remember when I first bought it, I was so scared to buy it because I was like, oh my God, people are going to think that I'm into this stuff. And in fact, I really am into it. But it basically is a very thick book, and but it's written very like modern and it's funny, and it like makes in learning about psilocybin as an organism and a species very interesting. You know, we have to understand that we're talking about a 2 billion-year-old organism. So there's a level of intelligence that it has based on its lifespan here and its survivability, that as hominids, as human beings, we've only been here for, for what we know of anyways, a couple 100,000 years. And if you're in the evolutionary set, this stuff is been able to evolve and integrate incredibly well and synergistically with our systems. And it has a language that it speaks that is not a common language like English or whatever language that we're birthed by, but there is a common language that exists beyond that it speaks to us through.
Yeah. Great point. Well, kind of wrapping up, what kind of future projects or initiatives do you guys have going on right now, or you personally, or?
For my wife and I, a lot of it is based around a company we're building called Luminosity, and it is a beginnings of like a mindfulness university, and we're on the drawing boards of it right now, and we're building a Patreon account. But basically, it takes all of our know-how. My wife has been a 19-year professional plant-based chef. She went to Cornell and got her certification in nutrition through there. She also was part of a midwives club. She's had 2 natural births. So she's all about empowering women to learn their bodies and understand the nature of their bodies. And I'm the same way with men too. It's like, let's look at that from more of a male standpoint. But it's an education platform where we're going to have topics that we talk about that are mindfulness based. There'll be some information on psychedelics. I think that's going to be always a big piece of my life, and educating people around it. But a lot of it is mindfulness and how different ways to move your body in constructive ways and restorative ways.
Is that website up and running yet?
It's not up. Well, there's a space holder for it, and then we're looking to have it done by the end of this month. So luminositylife.com, I believe, is the name of the website. I'll have to do a double check, and I'll get you the information.
Yeah, we'll post that.
And then continue education for the veteran community. We'd really love to see the Coming Home Project be a multi-million-dollar organization for veterans to receive help and to raise funds for them to be able to send them to appropriate therapies.
How can folks get in contact with the Coming Home Project?
They can reach out to me directly. They can go to thecominghomeproject.org. And I know they have a website there. They have a donate button there. We have investor decks and slide decks. So if anybody wants to sit down and talk about it, I mean, we have a crack team of people that are like hardcore loving this work and in it, and then, at a personal level, I have been blessed to work with some folks that have some big decision-making power. And I would love to one day maybe get in front of Congress and get in front of the Senate and talk at a heart-to-heart level. There was a talk I'll never forget. It was Mr. Rogers talking about children's programming to Congress, and about the need for that, and he spoke from his heart. And I know that my work in this lifetime is about moving forward, and what it's been focused on is speaking from my heart about this and giving real-life examples. And I am a speaking testament that like this stuff works. It does heal people's lives. I saw a quote the other day, and the quote was, "It's very clear that the people making decisions in our world have not done mushrooms." I laughed, but it's very clear.
Except for Elon.
Yeah, I know, man. He's
hate him or love him, dude. He's making it happen.
I believe that when Ram Dass said this, for anybody you don't like in this world, have their picture up on an altar in your house and look at that picture every single day. And what about them that you don't like is inside of you? Because everything is a prism and a reflection of what is inside of you. And the thing that you hate the most is there. And I've done this, and I have found that I don't get triggered anymore by the things or the people in this world, because I just realize that they are humans just like me, and they have their own evolutionary. I don't know if you believe in reincarnation or anything like that, or heavenly gates, but I think that we karmically keep reliving very similar situations and scenarios, kind of like Groundhog Day and Bill Murray, until we learn to love. And you know, it does me no good if someone else is living rent free in my head space, and and I'm stuck in a negative thought about them. Oh, that dirty sob, or this as like, how much energy does that take to hate? It takes a lot. Like, it takes a lot, and unfortunately, people are stuck in that cycle, and they will shame you and like get on your case, and they'll, why are you on their side? And it's like, I don't need to be on a side. I choose love. That's my side. And, and, I can see past all the BS that's there, because I don't need to hold on to it.
Uh, what are some safe, responsible steps if people are interested in psychedelic healing, that they can take, be it trusted facilitators, integration coaches, legal frameworks? Do you have any? Can people just reach out to you? Is there other resources that you're available out there
Yeah,
that you're aware of?
there's a lot of training courses now that are out there, and part of me thinks they're just like these moneymaker courses, which I understand. But I would say find a mentor, find someone you trust, find someone that you've had that has good outcomes. You can do shadow programs. If you're really into this work, shadow us and talk to us, and or there's medicines that we don't work with, that like combo or bufo, or other medicines that I know people are utilizing. Like, go and shadow them. But the main thing is educate yourself. Don't just use ChatGTP. Have a personal conversation with someone who's been in the field for a while, and has sat with people and has had excellent outcomes, and really knows the space well. Um, and oftentimes too, it's not about who you know or how many that you've done. It's about how are you working with it with yourself, and how are you showing up in your heart to this work.
We'll post links to your social media, your websites, and anything that you guys got going on. And final thought: if there's one thing you hope every viewer or listener takes away from this conversation, what would it be?
Um, I would say that, please, all of my words today come from my heart, and they come from various areas of study. I am always okay of pivoting if I'm wrong with something, and I'm always okay with being called out. I want to be educated, and if you have a different opinion beyond what I'm sharing, then please share that. I'm not here to say that David's way is the only way, uh, or David and Shelley's way is the only way. We're all, this is a community inspired growth. It's not about someone wearing a crown going, I'm the end all be all, know all of this. Please know that throughout today's podcast, my goal has been to be in my heart as much as possible, and to speak from this place rather than speak from a place of ego. I recognize there was a couple times maybe during this podcast where there was like some ego, or like the trickster comes into play, but overall, I would say, please know that these words, to the best of my ability, come from my heart, and I'm always growing in this space. And let's grow together. Let's share our knowledge. Let's not compartmentalize it and be secretive. Let's take the trademarks off and take the licenses off, and let's take the, all the things that separates this. And like, if we want to heal the world, it's not going to be through hoarding, cash or money. It's about raising awareness around this, so that way it's accessible for people who really need it. Because, you know, I think the one issue that we see in the modern medical world is that there is a hierarchy and a pedestalship, and you can't heal when you're on a pedestal. It's about vulnerability and bringing yourself to the same level, not above or below, but on the same level. And I always want to be on the same level with people, and level of understanding. Um, if we have the courage to lean in, we can be neutral, which means we can accept, which means that we can develop an understanding. And then we see that there's a reason there. And then it links us to love, peace, joy, and all of these other wonderful things that come along with it.
Dylan Truesdale, my first guest, he reminds me constantly rising tides lift all boats. I find
Yes.
myself saying that now. It's like,
Yes.
we can all grow together.
Mhm.
You know, we help you, you help us, you help them. You know, I think when we give without intention,
Mhm.
from our heart, I think good things come from that.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
you know, wrapping this up, man, I just want to absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You flew all the way out here.
Thank you.
You took time away from your family and your kids. We didn't know each other super great. You've been super helpful to me, not only personally, but you've also been helping some of my friends. So I'm very appreciative to that.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, John Savis, for linking us up.
Yeah.
And, you know, to all you guys out there that are listening to this, I say this at the end of every podcast. If this helps you, you know, share it with one person, you know, like, subscribe, do all those things. I didn't understand that. I used to hate it when people say that, like, you know, but the reason is if you like, and if you subscribe, and if you follow us on Spotify, iTunes, leave a comment, that algorithm pushes this message a lot farther. And I think this message especially needs to get out to the masses. I mean, there's definitely healing in this conversation as well. So thanks to everybody out there. Thanks for the support. Thanks for tuning in. And we look forward to seeing you guys again. So in the meantime, man, stay safe out there. And, you know, if you can't be safe, be violent out here.